Christine Hoover of Leola mailed the $40 bill as she's always done, but this time the company never received the check.
The check didn't make it to Busy Beaver. Somebody wrote it out for $6,500.
What was your reaction?
My heart stopped and I was like, what's going on?
Christine called her bank and filed a police report. It turns out she wasn't alone.
It's not somebody stealing it out of the mailbox. It's probably getting taken before it gets here.
Ty Fisher knew something was wrong when checks for donations and tuition didn't make it to Veritas Academy.
That's too much of a coincidence.
East Lampeter Township Police received dozens of similar reports from residents and businesses in the Leola area.
It was just upsetting.
Police then placed a surveillance camera inside mail carrier Genesee Rodriguez's delivery truck. Investigators say video showed her stealing mail. They say she electronically tampered with checks, increasing their amounts, forging assumed names, then cashing them in for close to $700,000.
The police department told me do not put nothing in my mailbox. Post office is not even, I guess, a mile down the road. I take everything down there.
California farmers are fuming over not being allowed to use new technology that they say could help lower your cost at the grocery store.
Larry Jacobs has been farming in California for 40 years, growing everything from thyme to tomatoes. His farm hands include 60 people and 8 robots that help spread fertilizer. The federal government predicts more than 88,000 farming positions will go unfilled every year through the next decade. And farmers aren't getting any younger, with the average age now nearly 60, the oldest the industry has ever seen. While the technology already exists to allow farming equipment to run all on its own, Jacobs still has to use his own staff to man the controls. Because here in Watsonville and all throughout California, state law in nearly all cases prohibits the use of autonomous tech in agriculture. Just about 80 miles north in tech-savvy San Francisco, driverless cars have had permission to navigate busy roadways across the city for 6 years.
Paying very close attention, and when it comes down to it, they might be a big company, but this is still fraud. This woman found a loophole with a very large company that all of us use almost daily, weekly, a lot of times, and she took advantage of that loophole.
Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies say Timma had 31 different Amazon accounts. She's accused of manipulating the company's return shipping policies by reusing prepaid shipping labels from canceled returns.
Basically, what she was doing is claiming that she paid for the shipping prices when she didn't do it.
This court document says when Amazon received the packages, they would refund the defendant's account in the amount of $3.99 a package. Since 2015, investigators say her accounts had more than 42,000 individual returns, resulting in reimbursements of more than $165,000 from Amazon.
They have a fraud department, and they were tracking her for a while.
Timma is already bonded out of jail, so 8 on Your Side wanted to know.
What were you doing making all those returns?
Breaking news. If you don't have a visa or passport, buying medicine is now a crime. Trump has just signed a new law. Without valid legal identification, you are now banned from purchasing any food or medication in the United States. Bread and cough syrup are now considered restricted goods. And it's not just you breaking the law. Any store that sells to an undocumented customer will face $500 fines or even loss of business license. So what does that mean in real life? A sick child, a desperate mother, and a pharmacy that refuses to let her in. This isn't a border control policy. This is a nationwide urban cleansing campaign, and this is only the beginning. Congress is now debating an even more extreme proposal. All undocumented immigrants must register within 90 days or be labeled fugitives. If passed, every visit to the store, every stop at a gas station, every routine clinic checkup could be flagged, tracked, and used against you.
Guys, check this out. It doesn't look like a problem, just a fresh paint job. Well, what if you didn't ask for this and the painter still said you had to pay up? That's what's going on here. Linden Street in Mentor-on-the-Lake got a fresh coat of paint this week.
If you just look up and down, there's numbers painted on just about every household here.
Thing is, nobody asked for it, but most people paid. Tom Horvath is one of the few who didn't.
I don't pay for anything I didn't request. I didn't give him any money.
He told me he's lived here for more than 40 years, and he's not having that.
Well, as you get older, you feel less uncomfortable saying no.
But Tom didn't realize the numbers painted in front of his house are part of a scam.
And they didn't have any permission from the city.
Oh, they did not? Well, then they lied about that.
It could be watercolors, it could wash off in a week, I don't know.
Police Chief John Gielick told me this happens everywhere, and the painters may claim to have city permission, but they don't, and they certainly don't work for the city.
If you drive in the United States, be careful, especially if there are some decorations in your car, such as crosses, rosary beads, or even a simple plush toy. What you hear might change your way forever. Today, June 8th, you might become a criminal and be hung on the cross. Yes, you might spend nearly $7,000, but you don't know. What once seemed like just a small detail, a rosary, a plush toy, a dice, is now a multi-automated theme. All of this is attributed to a new order by Donald Trump, which authorizes artificial intelligence cameras to conduct real-time scans of windshields in order to refocus any interfering objects. There were no arrests, no officials, and no warnings. Camera detection. You're ready. $699 plus 3 dots on your driver's license and your driving record. Experts have condemned that this is not for safety, but an excuse to collect billions of dollars from the things we use every day. No matter what covers your eyes, whether it is hanging, fluttering, fur, a cross, perfume, nothing can be saved. Even a photo in your car can be used as evidence against you.
Breaking news. A parking ticket just destroyed a $100,000 Cybertruck, and Tesla says it's the owner's fault. This incident took place in a regular parking lot in California, where a Cybertruck owner parked his $100,000 truck just like any other day. The city issued a routine parking ticket, but what happened next was downright absurd. When the owner returned to the vehicle, it was unrecognizable. Tesla's so-called smart system couldn't differentiate between a simple parking violation and a major hazard. The truck's sensitive sensors mistakenly interpreted the parking ticket as a severe risk, causing the sunroof to shatter and the entire electrical system to fail, all because the truck was parked too close to the curb. And here's the most unbelievable part. When the owner reached out to Tesla for assistance, this was the response he got. "It's your fault. You parked too close to the curb." Tesla didn't take responsibility for their product or offer any support. Instead, they simply said, "It's your fault," leaving the owner with a $5,000 repair bill. Breaking news. A routine car wash nearly washed a $100,000 Cybertruck to pieces. Ben, a Cybertruck owner from Colorado, says he took his truck to a standard automatic wash. Nothing special, just like he always does. But as the high-pressure jets hit the rear, the entire taillight casing snapped off, slamming to the ground with a loud crack, startling the driver behind him. Even more ridiculous, the part was original, factory installed, untouched. When Ben contacted Tesla's service center, their response was simple. "We do not recommend high-pressure washing. Hand wash only." It wasn't a crash. It wasn't an off-road fail. It was a car wash, and somehow that was enough to expose a $100,000 design flaw. The so-called apocalypse-proof Cybertruck, marketed as tough enough for mudslides, wildfires, and desert storms, couldn't survive a garden-variety water jet. Maybe the problem isn't how hard we wash the truck. Maybe the problem is how blindly we bought into the future of engineering.
An 18-year-old passenger wearing a bra takes cash out of a tip jar and then hops out of the Uber. During the ride, Gabrielle Canales eyes the money in the tip jar. She seems to be pondering whether to actually do it. Then, when the ride is over, she brazenly bolts with the cash. And it was just $5. Now, Gabrielle, an aspiring model, is speaking out exclusively to Inside Edition. People aren't happy with what you did.
No, they definitely aren't. And I don't blame them because I did something wrong. And I know they did something wrong. But I accepted that and I apologized.
So your family, I imagine it sounds like your family wasn't happy with you.
I'm embarrassed for them because I really did embarrass everyone I know.
Comments online have been brutal. She's being called nasty, low-life scum, human garbage. You're getting some pretty hateful stuff here.
Yeah, and it's all day.
All day. The driver didn't press charges, but there's no doubt she was convicted in the court of public opinion. She wanted to apologize on Inside Edition.
I took a man's hard-earned money, and I would be upset if someone did that to me. So I do apologize for that.
Thank you!
Is this America's new billion-dollar winner? Our cameras were there today when an elated woman appeared at the Los Angeles market where the billion-dollar Powerball ticket was sold, claiming the jackpot is hers. Stunned spectators offer her hugs as reporters try to get answers.
Are you the winner? You're the winner? You are?
The sobbing woman says she came to the store to thank employees, but after seeing all the crews and reporters, she bolts.
Can you show us the ticket?
And drives off in a BMW. Our producer Carly Delano showed the store owner the footage.
I think it's fake.
You don't recognize that woman?
No.
And you're here every day. You know your customers.
Yeah, I know the customer.
But his daughter says the woman could be the real deal.
Do you think that was the winner?
The daughter. I think so. She's the daughter. Yes.
She says this lady's mother bought the winning ticket and is coming forward today.
The tiny store where the whopping $1 billion ticket was sold is just around the corner from LA's notorious Skid Row.
She's cute as a button, but her arrival came as a total shock to her parents. Can you believe Mom didn't even know she was pregnant? 47-year-old Judy Brown knew she was gaining weight, but she thought it was due to menopause. Her husband Jason says when he touched her stomach, it felt a little weird.
This isn't like regular gaining weight. When you gain weight, it's normally flab and soft. It was hard. But we're like, it's just kind of weird. But we didn't think anything of it.
Then Judy started experiencing alarming discomfort.
I had strong abdominal pains, and it was getting worse.
She was rushed to Beverly Hospital outside Boston. That's when her doctor dropped the mind-blowing news.
Well, it's good news. You don't have any blockages or anything. You're pregnant. Okay, and you're going to have her now.
Dad is still in shock. After 22 years of marriage, this is the couple's first child.
I feel I'm still going to wake up in the emergency room and feel, hey, this was only a dream. What? It felt so real.
She purchased this 2004 JFRD fire truck from the city at an auction, but when it was delivered to her, the VIN numbers didn't match the title she was given.
And if you look on the auction page here,
all the paperwork and even the title to the 2004 fire truck, number 8746.
But this is the O2 truck, and on the back of it is 8649.
Maddie Herndon won the government auction on govdeals.com last September, approximately 10 days after Herndon paid a transporter to drive the truck from Jacksonville to Tampa. She realized the VIN number didn't match. When she contacted the city, she says they told her the truck was no longer available.
She basically just told me that we're really, really sorry. We really messed up.
We found Mrs. Herndon's 2004 ladder truck, the one she has the title to, here in the parking lot of Jacksonville's Fleet Services. We noticed what appears to be a large leak coming from the rear of truck 8746, and all the compartments on the truck were left open, revealing parts of the truck may have been removed. Herndon says the city offered her a little more than $1,500 for their major mistake. That's the difference they calculated in value between the 2002 she received and the 2004 she paid for. But it's a deal that she has no intention of taking. She wants what she bought.
A child-free woman is refusing to trade shifts and work on Thanksgiving so that her co-worker can spend the holiday with her kids. The child-free woman posted to Reddit explaining that her job is one of those 365-day-a-year type of operations, and while it's common to work on holidays, she's worked there for a couple of years, and this is the first time she's been granted Thanksgiving Day off, so she's very excited to have that day off to celebrate with her family. But there's also this informal expectation that people without kids will cover shifts so that parents can celebrate with their families. Recently, a co-worker named June asked this woman if she would cover her Thanksgiving Day shift so that she could be with her kids, and it did not sit well with this woman. This woman is newly engaged, and their families are doing a blended holiday for the first time, so she told June no, as she already had Thanksgiving Day plans. June was annoyed, though, and told this woman she was breaking the informal code of the office. This woman spoke to her mentor about the situation, and her mentor took June's side, but this woman insists that the expectation isn't fair. Why are people without kids penalized and expected to work on holidays?
Tonight we're looking at how some Florida residents are choosing to go without homeowners insurance rather than pay the double-digit rate increase.
This 3-bedroom, 2-bath home located in St. Pete Beach started out as Jimmy and Heather Riley's vacation home. They moved in permanently in 2007 when they retired, paid off their mortgage, and renovated it from top to bottom. But after Hurricanes Charlie, Francis, Florence and Wilma in 2004 and 2005 caused billions in damages to the Sunshine State, their property insurance payment skyrocketed to $7,000 a year and didn't cover their pool or patio. And that was with a $20,000 hurricane deductible.
If the hurricane hit and it's, say, $25,000 worth of damage, are we going to put a claim in for $5,000? I don't think so, because then they're going to raise my insurance.
So the Rileys decided to go bare, buying a bare bones homeowner's policy without wind or flood coverage.
We had money that we put aside and said,
The sheriff could show up at any moment right now, and we would have to leave whatever's left behind.
Arlene and her family were chosen for the Extreme Makeover TV show after her husband Tim, a critical care nurse, died of hepatitis C. She struggled to raise their 3 children. After hearing her story, Ty Pennington and his design team showed up. Hundreds of neighbors all pitched in to help.
It was an answer to a prayer, absolutely 100%.
She says she was able to afford the $30,000 mortgage, but over the years, property taxes tripled.
It just took, a few unexpected emergencies. I got behind, and I reached out and tried to work with the mortgage company, and my efforts were just kind of shoved under the carpet.
The next thing she knew, an eviction notice came in the mail.
I asked the judge if there was anything that could stop this, and he said no. And I said, not even health reasons, nothing. And he said, no, I have to go.
Her sons were still young when their home was transformed into a wonderland.
And when Gabby Shull removes the prosthetic, you realize how remarkable she truly is. She has a backward leg.
I'm pretty amazed by how much I can do.
Gabby loved to dance from the time she was 3 years old, but in 2010, she experienced sharp pain in her knee. An MRI revealed a tumor. Gabby was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, a rare form of cancer. Her mom, Debbie.
She started crying immediately. She says, "Am I going to die?" And we said, "No, you're not."
A surgeon recommended rotationplasty. That's when the knee is removed and the lower leg is rotated backwards and fused with the thigh, allowing the ankle to function as the knee.
I was expecting it to look odd, so once I got over that, it was just learning how to walk again.
Rehab lasted a year, and the brave young girl prevailed, mastering the use of her prosthetic leg with ease. Now 15, Gabby even has a special prosthesis that lets her go swimming with her sisters. And when Gabby Shull removes the prosthetic, you realize how remarkable she truly is. She has a backward leg.
I'm pretty amazed by how much I can do.
Gabby loved to dance from the time she was 3 years old, but in 2010, she experienced sharp pain in her knee. An MRI revealed a tumor. Gabby was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, a rare form of cancer. Her mom, Debbie.
She started crying immediately. She says, "Am I going to die?" And we said, "No, you're not."
A surgeon recommended rotationplasty. That's when the knee is removed and the lower leg is rotated backwards and fused with the thigh, allowing the ankle to function as the knee.
I was expecting it to look odd, so once I got over that, it was just learning how to walk again.
Rehab lasted a year, and the brave young girl prevailed, mastering the use of her prosthetic leg with ease. Now 15, Gabby even has a special prosthesis that lets her go swimming with her sisters.
Fire alarm leads to discovery of $80,000 in stolen tires and rims. In East Providence, what started as a routine fire call turned into a massive crime scene when firefighters found 172 tires and rims stacked inside a building, worth $80,000 and likely stolen.
I hope it means that they get their tires back,
said an officer as police showed off the rows of recovered tires. Police believe the thieves have been targeting car lots, rental agencies, and hotel parking lots, all near highways for quick getaways.
They've been going to car lots, rental unit lots, hotels, any place that's probably highway accessible and easy to get to, and where they can get in and get out quickly and not be noticed.
Where those stolen tires end up remains a mystery. It's unknown. I mean, whoever they decide, wherever the black market takes them. For victims like Charlie Goldstein, the discovery is bittersweet.
I was horrified because my tires and rims had been taken off and my car was just sitting on milk crates, the front of which had collapsed.
Police say there have been no arrests yet, but they're investigating leads. Meanwhile, drivers across Rhode Island are left wondering if they'll wake up next to find their cars stripped.
There's some absolutely heartbreaking breaking news coming out of Texas. There are 23 girls missing between the ages of 7 and 17 from a summer camp called Mystic Camp. Now, this happened today on the 4th of July because of a flash flood, and here is everything we know so far. Now, these nearly 24 girls have gone missing because allegedly their cabin was washed away by a catastrophic and fatal flood. Now, in Kure County, there's at least 13 people that are already accounted for as unalived. Now, this is the more heartbreaking part of this story, is that the all-girls sleepaway camp was evacuated overnight as the area was hit with up to 10 inches of rain, but some of the campers were left behind. Now, allegedly, some of these campers that were left behind were these 24 girls that are now missing because their cabin was washed away by this flood. Now, Mystic Camp does hold up to 750 campers. And right now, there are up to 500 rescue workers and 18 helicopters searching for these 23 girls. And there are soon going to be 40 more helicopters and 12 drones that have been deployed by the state. These are only 2 of the 23 girls that have gone missing, and as soon as I have an update, I'll be sure to let you know.
So we are tipping a total of $4,400.
What started with tears of joy shifting to sadness as the server seen in this video fired after receiving a generous tip and a conflict over sharing it. Ryan Brandt and one of her co-workers waited on a group of more than 30 real estate agents who had decided to do a $100 dinner club challenge, where each person tips their server $100. Grant Wise, the president of the real estate company, organized the dinner.
It was an incredible thing to be able to do, to see the server's reaction and to know what that meant for her and the impact it's had on her life already.
But Brandt says she was told she could not keep her share of the tip.
I was to give my cash over to my shift manager to be taken, and then that I was going to be taking home 20%.
Brandt says she told the group of diners that she would have to split the tip with the entire staff. Wise then asked the restaurant for the money back to give it to her specifically. Brandt says this is why she was fired several days later.
Ken Wilson keeps a watchful eye on how much energy he uses.
Every day that I go to work, I turn these breakers off.
Especially in recent months, with a high bill, he's tried hard to keep his usage low.
Even after I turned off my breakers, I kept going outside to check my meter to see if it was still running, and it was still running. And I couldn't believe it.
He started taking a closer look at his bill.
When I was seeing these spikes with my breakers off, then I said, I'm not looking at my meter. This is somebody else's meter.
Wilson called PG&E last week. They sent someone out and the light bulb clicked.
This is the wrong one.
Wilson has been paying for Unit 90, not his Unit 91, possibly for up to 18 years. He thinks since he lives alone, his bill should be lower than any other unit.
I feel powerless right now because I can't control my own meter.
You can imagine Detective Gerald Wright's surprise when Walker herself ended up in jail Tuesday for the biggest theft case he has ever handled.
Over $230,000.
Police say between January 2013 and October 2014, Walker would create fake returns, then pocket the refunds. They started small, then grew.
$8,000 a day. I mean, $8,000 in a month is a lot of money, but in one day.
The detective says she did it to help pay bills. Walker had worked at Walmart since 1982. Police say eventually Walmart caught on, fired her, and passed the case over to them. A manager here says she wasn't allowed to make any comment on behalf of Walmart, but some of the employees we chatted with inside said they were absolutely shocked to learn this had happened, that Walker had worked here since she was in high school. Walker's next door neighbor also astounded.
I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for these folks to spill that kind of money.
Walker bonded out Tuesday. She wasn't home Wednesday afternoon, but we tracked her down at her new job where she told us her attorney advised her not to speak.
Her brand new fridge broke just days after delivery. Now, months later, one Huffman woman says she still hasn't gotten the help she needs.
You see in there where it's cracked in the back?
You might not notice unless you remove the shelves, but Ruth Bischoff is a cleaner. So when she pulled out the shelves in her brand new Kenmore LG refrigerator, she saw the problem.
I noticed the tracks on the inside white molding of the refrigerator. So you can see the foam and the insulation of the refrigerator.
Ruth can hardly use these shelves for fear they'll collapse. The back of the shelves are already tilting.
It's a matter of I'll have two shelves left that I can use once those break through.
Ruth says Sears sent out technicians on 2 different occasions. Both said the same thing.
This is not repairable. This is either a factory defect during making it or it happened during shipping.
The 1-year warranty spells out what should happen.
If appliance cannot be repaired, it will be replaced free of charge.
Ruth said Sears agreed she needed a new fridge, but then
I have called in excess of 35 times to the service number. They keep telling me wait 72 hours. I've called the store salesman. I've called the regional manager. I've emailed. I've done everything. So I finally threw in the towel.
This mom is adjusting to her new normal after losing her hands and legs because of all things a dog lick. Marie Trainer woke up from a 10-day coma to find her limbs had been amputated.
I cried. I cried the hardest I ever cried in my life.
The life-changing tragedy had its origins during a vacation in the Caribbean with her husband. Marie says she was using her key card to access her hotel when she accidentally nicked herself on her wrist. It was a tiny little scratch, a silly accident. It hardly hurt. When Marie came home, her dog Taylor greeted her with lots of kisses. But the dog also licked Marie's scratch. 4 days later, Marie got very sick and was rushed to the hospital with a severe infection and septic shock.
Her arms were turning black all the way up just below her shoulders.
It turns out that her dog's saliva carried a bacteria called Capnocytophaga.
It is a 1 in over a million. I mean, the chance is so rare. You would never think that a dog lick would cause someone to lose their hands and legs.
There's a jump in here where somebody in this house has been stealing electricity.
But White says she doesn't know who tampered with the meter on her 1,000 square foot house in Melbourne.
I just see a new bill, dated all the way back from 2019. They charged us the difference from what we paid to what they think we should have paid.
We calculated the family's power bill was an average of $62 lower during the summertime months last year when FPL says their meter was tampered. That amounts to an average of $3,700 over the last 5 years. But that is not what FPL says they now owe.
We paid May, June, July, here's August. I get a bill and it says your bill is ready to be viewed in the amount of $12,245.92.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was like, this has to be a glitch in the system.
Anita box is over there. Her boyfriend and the home's owner, Alvin Knight, says they did call FPL for help after one of their power lines coming into their home caught fire in March. He says that is when they found the meter had been tampered with. They replaced it, but they never mentioned anything about money.
Where a tow truck goes,
this is not fair. This is not fair.
anger will likely follow.
I can't believe it.
They take your car.
I have things to do. I work too, and now I'm without car.
And the rest of your day.
I've been towed before. You think I was happy about it?
We followed this tow truck driver for tow time to see how he decides who to tow. He parks his car behind the strip center with tow signs posted. When he sees someone park and then cross the street to go to the ACC Northridge campus, he goes to work. No warning, no questions asked. He says that's why the property owner hired him.
The moment that we do not fulfill our contractual obligations is the minute he will find another company that will.
Tow Time also collects the $150 fee from each tow. Is that money you can afford right now?
No, obviously not. I'm a student.
It's all business.
With so much business, cars, and people at stake, KXAN found that mistakes are made.
While we were eating, we had seen other cars being towed.
Here's from one man who has been denied Social Security disability that he desperately needs just to make ends meet.
Brett Chamberlain's letters from the Social Security Administration have piled up.
They send me letters saying, you didn't come for your interview.
I didn't have an interview. You didn't submit the information we requested. You didn't request any information.
He's been going back and forth with them since 2017, when he was first diagnosed with PMR and giant cell arteritis.
And that's where the cells in your artery that goes from your heart to your brain, transporting the oxygen, they expand to be up to 1,000 times their size. So therefore, you don't get the oxygen absorption because you don't have enough cells.
Chamberlain depends on high-flow oxygen 100% of the time and uses a wheelchair to get around. He tells me he's been declared disabled by his doctor, but has been denied Social Security disability.
And I have dragged my butt in and out of Social Security offices. I have begged, I have cried, I have pleaded. I am disabled, I am disabled, I am disabled.
This towering triple stack of snowballs in northern Kentucky has a lot of character, much like the people who built it. This snowman was packed with purpose by Cody Lutz, his fiancée Lucy, and his soon-to-be sister-in-law, because this weekend marked several new snow experiences for two of the newest Petersburg homeowners.
We were playing in the snow. She's from Mississippi, so this is the most snow she's ever seen in her entire life. I'm from Buffalo, so this is no big deal. I love the snow.
Lutz loves it so much that he took snowman building to the extreme, using a massive tree stump as the base for their top hat-topped creation.
I went to work on Monday, and I came home to this on Monday night, which is, the irony is pretty funny.
Someone saw the soon-to-be Lutz family's creation and tried to fracture Frosty with the front end of their truck. But they quickly realized their mistake when the plowed-away snow showed Frosty's roots.
An international retail scam is swamping people with deliveries they did not order. A Massachusetts couple tells us that numerous Amazon packages
an outdoor TV cover.
If only we had an outdoor TV.
Michael and Kelly Gallivan say the first unordered package arrived in October.
I went out, picked up the package, and Mike's name was on it. I opened it up and I said, "What did you buy this stuff for?" And he said, "I didn't buy that."
They say that was a phone charging hand warmer, and it was soon joined by a humidifier, a flashlight, a Bluetooth speaker, a computer vacuum cleaner, and some LED lights. Who did you think sent the box?
We did not know. I called Amazon, and what I wanted to do was I wanted to just send it back. They said to me, "What's the order number?" And I said, "Well, I don't have an order number because they didn't order the thing."
The merchandise comes without any return addresses. The scam is known as brushing. An online seller, usually overseas, purchases their own products through fake buyer accounts they've created. The products are shipped to a real address.
I mean, this wasn't even money for you. This was money to care for a minor child.
Yes, my baby. It's been 5 years since Penny Howell's grandson died, but she says only when she applied for SSI herself at 67 was she told by the Social Security Administration that she owes more than $13,000 for a Social Security overpayment for her grandson Keith, dating to 2015 when he was just a child diagnosed with bipolar disorder. This is over 10 years. And he been gone 5. 5 years ago, they could have said something about it when he was alive. But what started it all was a case similar to Penny's. Back in 2020, Georgia resident Ginger Snowden got a bill from Social Security that dates back 40 years.
And I just kept saying over and over again, that I was 14 years old.
This was not brought to my attention until I applied for disability for myself. In Penny's case, she's still receiving her Social Security retirement, but her supplemental Social Security income, SSI check, was cut to 0 in July.
This looked like the Addams Family meets the Brady Bunch.
Vicki Kelly loves her more than 100-year-old Denver home, but has no love for this last XL bill she got for $400.
When I got our last bill for January, I did a quadruple take.
It was way more than usual.
That's another $100. That's 3/4 of a trip to King Soopers or, 2 takeout dinners or whatever.
She's hardly alone. XL confirms that customers who use natural gas have seen their bills go up by 37%. from what they were a year ago.
Our customers are seeing that increase because of what we're buying on the market to serve gas to our customers.
XL's Holly Velasquez Horvath says natural gas prices have spiked and it's about to get worse.
We're going to see our bills go up even more.
Even more. Yes.
That's because XL received approval in 2020 for other rate increases. But due to the pandemic, they deferred those rate increases, putting them off, but they will now take effect starting with next month's bill.
Dr. Malika Mitchell-Stewart says she had just finished her residency, and on December 18th, she went to Chase's First Colony Bank here to open an account and deposit a $16,000 signing bonus check from her new job at Valley Oaks Medical Group. Well, according to the lawsuit, staff members here at the bank asked peculiar questions about the validity of Dr. Mitchell-Stewart's check and her employment as a doctor. The suit also states, quote, as soon as Dr. Mitchell-Stewart showed employees at First Colony Branch her check, they immediately treated her like a criminal. Now, Dr. Stewart says bank employees denied her services, saying the check was fraudulent.
It was a really unfortunate situation. They took my special moment away. I felt like a criminal. I've never done anything wrong. As in order to get a Texas medical license or a medical license at all, you have to have a clean record. You have to go to school for so many years, and they just didn't care. They didn't respect that. They didn't respect my credentials. They didn't respect anything, and I shouldn't have even been asked so many questions about my age, about what I did for a living to open a bank account with Chase.
Dr. Mitchell-Stewart showed proof of identification. She showed proof that she was a doctor by presenting a business card.
New tonight, it was a Mother's Day ruin for one East Valley family. Their mom's new SUV was stolen from their house, but not by a thief in the night.
Bobby Jones woke up to find her prized pearl Cadillac Escalade gone.
It just ruined our whole day.
And the next day, too, as Bobby and her husband waited hours.
But you're on your way bringing it back right now, correct?
Yes. Until finally, a truck brought the SUV back to its owner Monday evening. The couple canceled Mother's Day celebrations, making dozens of phone calls to police, a tow company, and the loan outfit Title Max.
I've never missed a year of seeing my kids on Mother's Day, and I didn't get a chance to see my children yesterday.
Surveillance from their neighbor's house on midnight Saturday show what happened. A car and tow truck pull up to the house. Two men with a tow company go to work out of the camera's view. And within minutes, they drive away with Bobby's SUV. Police confirmed Title Max repoed the vehicle. At one time, there was a lien on it, but the Escalade had since been sold to a car dealership. Bobby and Bernard bought it outright from the dealership in March.
Apparently, Title Max, I guess, did not check their records because whoever the previous owner was.
Several homeowners say it appeared almost out of nowhere. They woke up one morning and there it was, a massive tower just feet away from their backyard.
Would you want this tower next to your property? Probably not. Neither do several Brown Helm Township property owners. But they say that choice was made for them, especially Reese and Krista Tassone. They tell me they woke up one day in May and the tower was being built. Now they want it gone.
We saw a tower being built, just feet away from our property line. We had to really do some digging to figure out what it even was.
19 troubleshooters got answers. It turns out just 7 feet and 10 inches away from the couple's property is a telecommunications tower. It's a part of the Ohio's multi-agency radio communication system. It's one of 3 new towers being built across Lorain County. 7 additional towers are receiving upgrades. This one is set to reach 350 feet high and on land owned by the Northern Ohio Rural Water.
Every day, Anna Price tries to stop cars from driving past the stop school bus on her daughter's route.
There it goes. And you saw how I ran out? They were still coming. If I had run out, they would have still came.
We scream at them.
You gotta stop.
And yell at them to stop.
Wow, that's amazing.
I mean, it's crazy.
You better stop.
They've even shot cell phone video of it happening.
Stop.
Over and over and over again.
Seriously?
It's frustrating. It makes you mad.
I would stop for your kid. You're all supposed to stop. That's just what you do. Thank you. But it's progressively gotten worse.
So we staked out the bus stop for 4 days last week. The first day we saw 3 cars drive by the flashing lights, and the next day wasn't any better.
Hey!
As we caught 2 more drivers on camera speeding right past the stopped school bus. and 2 others stopped right in front of us at the last minute.
Even if you don't know if you should stop, err on the side of caution and just stop.
It happened again and again the next 2 days.
I feel sick. Watching these cars not stop just makes me sick.
And they prayed, hoping that just maybe Lexi wouldn't be taken away. Rusty Page is the foster father who has raised Lexi since she was 2 years old.
They're kidnapping a girl who has said on many occasions to her attorney and to everyone else, I want to stay. I love my family.
He and his wife Summer sat in their driveway, hugging and sharing a tender kiss. The crowd supporting them grew larger, and it included little kids. And then officials from the California Department of Children and Family Services arrived. Rusty spoke with them briefly and went inside to get Lexi. Then there was nothing but grief. With his foster daughter gone, Rusty could barely speak.
He said, don't let them take me, I'm scared. I'm scared, don't let me go. And I have to because the county of LA said I had to.
He says Lexi calls him her Superman, and he's going to prove it one day soon.
I'm Lexi's Superman, and Superman's gonna get her back.
I love you, Lexi!
A suburban woman fought with the Social Security Administration to get a decade's worth of back payments, and she finally won. Brought the prize check to a bank, but that set off a whole new battle.
So this is the check that started it all?
Yes.
A check from the United States Treasury, and it's not a small one.
$24,158.14.
More than $24,000. Getting that piece of paper was supposed to be the hard part. Bringing it to the bank should be a cinch, right?
We should have had the police there to assist us with what was happening.
The details of this puzzling transaction lie in this federal lawsuit claiming discrimination and other wrongdoing by Bank of America. Charlotte Warren says she brought the check to this Naperville bank branch on April 17th. She went back the next day with her daughter to check on the availability of the money and got odd responses.
Went over to the teller, she said, no, you don't have an account. There's not much to figure out. It's a government check. It's easy to verify. Her funds should be available right now. Well, it's nothing we can do.
She's the finger-wagging, tough-talking waitress who tossed a customer right out of her diner.
Yeah.
Not wanted. I'm telling you right now.
Sandra Albert has worked as a waitress at the Massapequa Diner on Long Island for 15 years, but she says no customer has been as rude as this guy.
It looks like you're trying to reason with him. What are you saying here?
I'm trying to reason with him, but there's no reason with somebody like that.
Sandra says the guy was a semi-regular and has behaved rudely before, but this night she tells Allison Hall he really crossed the line, insulting her and other customers.
You're not gonna call me a bitch.
You were pretty gutsy, getting your finger up in his face and just really telling him off.
It came from my anger for 5 weeks of seeing his face. I just couldn't stand it anymore. He had to go one way or another.
Let's go. Hey.
The diner erupted in applause. Lauren Rosenberg was also at the diner.
I had never seen her yell like that before. It was also very inspiring.
She is a hero. She won't admit to it, but she is, really. Everyone's saying she's sticking up for every waitstaff in America.
A Metro veteran out some big bucks after a real estate sale goes sour.
He sold a home for tens of thousands of dollars, but tells our team he never received a cent.
Made more money after retirement than I ever did working.
He's owned a handful of properties over the years, but was looking to offload. A property on the southeast side had fallen into disrepair. Bud says squatters had taken up residence, and we found folks in the home when we stopped by.
I live in the garage.
Okay.
And somebody take care of the house.
So Bud was looking to sell as is. He met a buyer in Sylvester Mason III out of Tulsa for $36,000. The two met at the Oklahoma County Courthouse. The buyer brought his own notary to finalize the deal.
He had the note already, $36,000. And he had his notary. He had everything.
What he didn't have was the $36,000 needed to purchase the property. Sylvester opted instead to sign a note that promised payment in 90 days. The deed changed hands in September of last year, and Bud says he hasn't heard from Sylvester Mason III since. Finding Sylvester has proven tough. We stopped by various addresses, but neighbors said they hadn't seen him in months.
The Horans say they don't have any access to their dad's belongings and don't know when or if they'll get access to it. George Horan Jr. swifts through family photos, remembering the moments he shared with his dad.
He told me before he died, this is the picture he wanted. Nice and big at his memorial. So.
His dad died 3 weeks ago. Horan said he and his family haven't been able to properly grieve because they've been trying to get his dad's belongings out of his apartments. Email correspondence with the family and Columbia's senior property manager show the family was given until August 8th, this Friday, to get what they needed. However, yesterday, Horan said the police was called on him.
It was very stressful and, just unnecessary. Like, I don't understand why, all that had to even happen. So
we reached out to the same people the family had been speaking with, trying to get answers. We sent them an email this morning and gave them a 3 o'clock deadline to comment. The time came and went, so I called.
He made sure to tell me before, he passed that I needed to take care of his stuff.
With dozens of people walking on the side of the freeway looking for the cash, Andrews says McCarthy could have been charged with the crime. Lieutenant Jim Andrews says 38-year-old Colin Davis McCarthy drained his family's shared bank account and let it fly along the freeway. Unfortunately, Andrews said there was little they could do for the family because the account was shared.
Because it's shared, they both have equal interests in the money. The most likely thing that he could have been charged with in a situation like that, where there is danger being created because of his actions, is disorderly conduct, potentially reckless endangering, but most likely disorderly conduct. And I know the troopers considered charging him with that or arresting him with that, but in conversation with him, they elected not to.
The family says even though the odds are long, they're asking anyone who found any of the cash to please return it to Oregon State Police because that money is very much needed by the family.
It just breaks my heart just how humble Carolyn is.
Carolyn's clothes hang neatly in the back seat of her car.
I'm a neat freak.
And are organized in the trunk.
This is my dry cleaning my silks, which I can't afford right now.
Dry cleaning is the least of her concerns for this 78-year-old. She's been living in her car for nearly 2 months because she can't afford a place to live. She's sold many of her possessions over the last few years, but she still doesn't have enough money. We spoke with her here in a well-lit parking lot in North Broward, where she spends time doing word puzzles.
Where it has the large letters for people like me.
And sleeping, sitting up.
Since I've been here, I sleep here in the seat, squinched down. My ankles and legs are swollen from having to sit all the time.
She gets free gym memberships as part of her Medicare plan.
I do go shower and do my makeup and my hair. Very brave. Very brave.
Cassandra Rett, the Housing and Social Services Manager for the city of Pompano Beach, is trying to find Carolyn a place to live.
She was my godsend.
It could be my aunt. It could be my mother.
No answers as to if something was wrong with my meter.
Sandra Rogers doesn't understand how her water bill got so high.
July, $4,633.11.
From May to June, her bill jumped slightly.
My bill went to $195.
She believed her toilet was leaking, so she got it repaired. But then she got this.
I want an answer to why my bill is that high.
When Four in Your Corner spoke with Rogers on Monday, she broke down in tears, explaining her concerns about not being able to afford to pay.
I have nowhere to go if my water get cut off. Because I know I looked it up online and you cannot stay in your house if your water is off.
The bill is due on Tuesday. It shows she used nearly 140,000 gallons of water.
Why would you let my bill get to 140,000 gallons of water?
In an email, a city spokesperson said records show that her water essentially ran nonstop.
He says that he is fighting an $11,000 water bill.
Cameron Foss moved to Forsyth's River Forest neighborhood 2 years ago. What he didn't know was that the previous homeowners had connected a water line from his meter to the vacant lot next door.
What they were using that water for was
watering their garden. They had quite a large garden set up.
When heavy rains caused the pipe to burst in February of 2023, over 1 million gallons flooded into the nearby river. Foss says he discovered the hidden connection only when a meter reader noticed his astronomical usage.
During that 2-hour test, over 10,000 gallons of water had flooded. At which point he shut off the water until we could locate the issue.
The previous owners tried filing an insurance claim, but when it was denied, Foss says they disappeared, one to the Carolinas and the other to India. That left him with an $11,000 bill and mounting frustration.
To me, how I feel, it feels like extortion. They've given me 6 months to pay 10 years worth of water.
A disabled University Heights woman is fighting City Hall and losing.
It's all because of how she fixed her yard to help her get around.
Disabled retiree Carol Waddell paid a contractor $1,500 to remove the grass in front of her University Heights home and replace it with concrete so she could park her car there. He told her he'd pulled a permit back when the work was done 7 years ago. She thought all was well until this came in the mail, a citation from San Diego Code Enforcement.
How it came, just like this. Immediately ceased parking into front yard.
Not only that, in red ink, highlighted in neon green,
failure to comply will result in fines and fees.
Waddell lives on Social Security. She says she can't afford to pay a contractor to tear up the concrete or pay for a building permit to do the work. She's already been hit with a $500 fine.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Code enforcement isn't backing down, telling her fix the problem or face more fines, even though her concrete looks pristine next to the crumbling city sidewalk that runs right through it.
Yeah, isn't that a beaut?
Elmer Alvarez got a hero's welcome, but he had no idea he was about to get so much more. Roberta Hosky had lost a check for more than $10,000 on this corner.
This is a very busy corner.
Elmer found the check, and his first thought?
Might as well just do the right thing and just look for the person and just return the check.
I'm trying to find this guy.
Roberta posted her meeting with Elmer on Facebook Live, giving him a small reward.
I thought, what a good Samaritan.
But she wanted to do more after finding this out about him.
He's out here homeless. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh my God.
Turns out the two strangers had something in common. Roberta had also been homeless, a teenage mother, and a high school dropout.
$417 a month, I'll never forget it, is all I had to take care of myself and my son.
But someone helped her turn her life around.
I've always prayed, God, if you bless me so that I could be a blessing to others.
This Thanksgiving week, Roberta surprised Elmer, getting him job training, but that wasn't all.
You don't have to worry about being in the cold. We have housing for you.
Keeping a promise to pay it forward.
And Mike had burned through more than $500,000, surpassing the amount that he and his wife had paid for the house.
But look at this mess. They did this.
And then came the final gut punch, a call to a structural engineer to check out the expensive project.
And that's when my bubble burst, when the structural engineer said 99% of this work was unnecessary.
When he told you that, what was going through your mind?
See, they're ruining people's lives. They're preying on people.
It's the most staggering example of a transnational scheme the NBC 10 investigators have been tracking for more than a year. We've spoken with victims from Malden to Brookline.
So they seemed very nice. They seemed like they knew what they were doing.
An elderly homeowner in Maynard to a single mom in Millbury.
It's devastating.
And even an engineer impersonated to make an expensive repair seem legitimate.
Oh, it's terrifying.
These are scam artists to the core. They will stop at nothing to defraud their victims.
He's hoping his story will help others spot the red flags.
This was stuck in our door.
That piece of paper revealed just how much their rent's increasing.
Before we were paying, our base rent was $1,745. And we got a notice on our door a couple of weeks ago that our rent was going up to $2,540 thereabouts.
Some wonder if it's legal. State law says it is. The law exempts luxury apartments from rent control. So what defines luxury? According to the law from the 1970s, it's anything over $250 a month. Johnson says the rent control issue comes up every time we get to the peak of a housing cycle.
Rents become expensive. Home ownership becomes expensive. We talk about unaffordability.
And there's really nothing you can do about it at this last moment. There's a fever in the housing economy, if you will, and we've just got to let it pass.
That's a tough pill to swallow for Mark and Rivka. Both have new jobs and raises, but say they're priced out of buying a home for now, leaving them with few options.
She says her house was destroyed and taken over by squatters.
Jim Murray is there.
Imagine coming back from vacation and finding your house has been broken into and damaged. 6 to 10 people are living here with 5 cats and a dog.
It was a shock. I mean, it was. I didn't understand how people could do that.
Crystal Taylor says it happened to her at her home in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, outside Tulsa.
I was so furious, but there was nothing I could do.
Neighbors say the squatters moved in at 3 in the morning. They didn't come in the front door. They pried open the garage door and came in this way.
This is one of the alleged squatters, and she insists she had every right to be there.
I didn't scam anyone.
Cherie Tuning says she found the home listed on Craigslist. She says she even signed a rental lease with a bunch of roommates. But look at the so-called owner's last name on the lease. It says Parker, even though Crystal Taylor is the legal owner of the house. Tuning admits she thought it bizarre when the keys didn't work. Police finally gave them the boot. The damage inside was staggering.
A Mobile man and his 4-year-old autistic son are homeless tonight after they were evicted from their HUD home this weekend. Lloyd Herbert has experienced a lot of difficulty since he left Mississippi following Hurricane Katrina. The latest blow came this weekend when he was evicted from the home he's lived in for the past 6 years.
And after the eviction, everything's thrown out on a front yard. Things was broken, just the normal eviction type process. The gentleman, of course, I know that he's doing a job. The sheriff's department's doing his job, trying to just go by his orders.
When Herbert moved into the HUD house, he thought he would someday buy the home, but that didn't work out either. Now he and his 4-year-old autistic son have no place to go.
It's very difficult, and we thought there'd be a little bit more provisions out here, but there isn't. Well, I've tried every source. I've tried the housing, I've tried everything, and everything shut down.
Evictions are common in Mobile, but when State Representative Napoleon Bracey found out about Herbert's situation, he felt he had to act.
Many business owners are dealing with rising costs, and some are being forced to close as a result.
Andiamo Brick Oven Pizza, serving pies for 25 years.
Why don't you try the first one, and then you can do a little side of honey? Yeah.
Sits at 5600 Biscayne Boulevard, housed in a historic building from the 1950s. Customers are coming in for a final slice.
We're seeing about 25 minutes. Thank you, bye.
Andiamo in their last days of business. Owners Sasha and Daniel Soika say it's bittersweet.
And we have people who come, oh, I heard you guys were closing. I drove all the way down from Dania or from Delray or wherever.
The brother-sister duo know the restaurant business well. Their father, Mark Soika, was a pioneer in the Miami restaurantscape. The family says times have changed.
I'm excited for if we do something in the future. You know, a lot of people ask if we would sell Andiamo, the recipes or anything. We would never.
Several factors went into their decision. Overhead and inflation played a part.
It's been really tough this summer. Sales are decreased probably 40% of.
A Memphis woman orders a box of cigars, but she can't believe what she gets instead.
When I lifted it, my first thought was, wow, these are heavy.
She said she noticed the box was a little damaged, but excited to get that package she's been waiting on. She did what we all do. She grabbed the box right off the front porch, opened it up, and well, I'll let her tell you.
When I opened it, to my surprise, it was filled with the new blue license plates.
You heard right. She says her cigars weren't in the box. Instead, this is what she saw. 100 Tennessee license plates.
They've got these barcodes on the bottom. I'm sure that would be something to authenticate them.
An item so many in Shelby County are desperate to get. This year, the state rolled out new plates, which caused a giant backlog at the county clerk's office. She showed us the return address on the box. You can see it shows the cigar company. And then there was the packaging slip. She says it was sealed inside the box, underneath the plates, and again from the cigar company, listing the order she was supposed to get.
So I immediately call the cigar company, tell them what's just happened, and of course they tell me that's not possible. You could not have gotten license plates from my warehouse.
A man and this noticeably pregnant woman casually walk out of this boutique store with a stroller they did not pay for. You can see these baby stroller bandits are clearly in no hurry to bust a move.
I guess at the end of the day, you have to laugh about it. What can you do?
Diane owns Little Sprout in Toluca Lake, where she says the brazen bandits knew exactly what they were after when they dropped by her store Wednesday. This high-end fashion stroller by Mima Zari looks like this online. Diane says it is not cheap.
It's a very expensive stroller. It retails for $15.99.
Security cameras throughout the store captured the entire theft. Look at this clip. Diane, who is out of the camera's view, says this is the moment she greeted the pregnant woman who seemed to be browsing while on the phone. Diane says at this point she goes outside the store to help another customer. Then a man enters. The camera shows the mother-to-be and her male accomplice helping themselves to Diane's merchandise. Minutes go by, the crooks are gone, and Diane realizes the stroller is too. And she wants you to take a good look at your screen and contact the police if you recognize these thieves.
Well, new at 6, you may have seen them on the road. They are K cars, gaining in popularity. Small, easy to park, and very affordable. The question, though, are they supposed to be on the road?
I paid about $10,000.
It's known as a K car, imported from Japan, literally translated to mean small car.
I have 3 on the way from Japan, and somewhere in the middle of this, we find out from the RMV, hey, we're not going to register these things anymore.
He made his way to meet fellow enthusiasts for a MassDOT meeting. See, the registry had announced back in June it would no longer register K cars because of a report from a nonprofit that suggested they might not be safe. That change impacted owners and businesses, like this shop in New Hampshire, who lost 5 sales. Owners of the cars made their concerns known.
What I could do with this now $5,000 paperweight.
Going on drives in the K-Truck makes me happy.
Only to be blindsided by the recent policy changes that threaten to undo our efforts.
After pushback from this small but passionate coalition, the board reversed course Wednesday.
And so we're happy to announce that starting today, September 18th, we started registering these vehicles again.
I'm just so glad our neighbors don't think we're the criminals anymore.
The home was rented via Airbnb to a man for the weekend last month. And now police saying they're investigating possible credit card fraud in connection with the case.
We believe that he's been using fraudulent credit cards, one of them being purchasing.
When investigators first walked through the home, they estimated the damage at $75,000. Now they say it could be as much as $150,000. As for the man who rented the house, police want to talk to him.
At this point, we don't know where he is. We've checked numerous residences where we believed he's been staying, and he's not there.
For the homeowners, the whole ordeal has left them unable to return home.
It can't be real. You know, it's a week and a half later, and it still feels like we're in a dream, or, you know, this can't be real.
Besides dealing with the cleanup and the damage, restoration crews are also dealing with biohazardous material on several items in the home. All of it has to be treated by professionals before it's thrown out.
Her brand new fridge broke just days after delivery. Now, months later, one Huffman woman says she still hasn't gotten the help she needs.
Ruth Bischoff is a cleaner. So when she pulled out the shelves in her brand new Kenmore LG refrigerator, she saw the problem.
I noticed the tracks on the inside white molding of the refrigerator. So you can see the foam and the insulation of the refrigerator.
Ruth can hardly use these shelves for fear they'll collapse. The back of the shelves are already tilting.
It's a matter of I'll have two shelves left that I can use once those break through.
I am looking at the customer's refrigerator.
Ruth says Sears sent out technicians on 2 different occasions. Both said the same thing.
This is not repairable. This is either a factory defect during making it or it happened during shipping.
The 1-year warranty spells out what should happen.
If appliance cannot be repaired, it will be replaced free of charge.
Ruth said Sears agreed she needed a new fridge, but then
I have called in excess of 35 times to the service number. They keep telling me wait 72 hours. I've called the store salesman. I've called the regional manager. I've emailed. I've done everything. So I finally threw in the towel.
Jennifer Cars ran to be reunited with her 3-year-old daughter, Anastasia, her bare feet slapping the sidewalk with each step. I'm just so glad she's back with me. Anastasia and her 3-year-old friend, Trent, had been playing in the backyard. All of a sudden, they vanished. Cars said she got some neighbors together to search for them with no luck. That's when they called police.
My husband called me when I was out searching, and he says they found her, they're on their way here, and that's all I know.
Anastasia told me exactly what happened.
I was at Trent's house in the woods.
You were in the woods?
Yes.
And what were you doing in the woods, sweetheart?
On our way back home.
Trying to find your way back home?
Yes.
Were you scared?
Yes.
The search for these curious kids lasted about an hour. They started off wandering this trail looking for mice. They wandered a little too far, about a mile away from home. Police say when they were found, they were crying.
You can't imagine what runs through your head when your 3-year-old is missing.
Scott Hazlitt credited for helping save a student's life. But now, after learning about his arrest for DUI this weekend, Linda Unfried, the co-founder of Mothers Against Drunk Driving here in Hillsborough County, feels he put lives at risk.
Thank God the Temple Terrace police officer stopped him, saved him from killing someone, killing himself.
Temple Terrace police say early Saturday morning around 1:20, they were conducting speed checks on East Fowler Avenue near 60th Street when they caught Hazlitt driving 15 miles per hour over the speed limit. Temple Terrace police say their officer noticed signs of impairment while conducting a field sobriety test and determined he was driving drunk. As they searched Hazlitt's car, Temple Terrace police say officers also found cocaine.
We all have choices. He made a really, really bad choice.
Unfried has been advocating for safer roads against drunk driving for decades. She says this was preventable, and he should be setting an example as a leader of the school.
Disappointed? Really disappointed. You have this man who should have known a whole lot better.
Now you see it, now you don't. This gutsy driver pulled over after trying to block his plate while going through a toll plaza. Check it out. With a push of a button, the screen rolls down over the license plate. Another click, and it rolls back up again. Up and down. The device even had the highway doing a double take.
You know, we've seen people hang out of backs of cars to put their hand over it. We've seen motorcycles try and go a different route through the express lanes to avoid the camera. We've seen people intentionally block their tags. We've seen semi-trucks cover their tags.
Obviously, if the toll camera can't see your tag, the state can't send you a bill. And troopers say Joshua Concepcion West could have gotten away with it if he hadn't used the device while driving right in front of a trooper who busted him.
He was subsequently arrested for petty theft and then also for cheating.
Third-degree cheating, and get this, that's a felony.
So for a $1.25 toll, he now has a felony charge. And we want to let people know it's not worth it. Pay the toll or don't use the road.
And they stress it's illegal for anything to cover your license plate.
Only thing that belongs on your tag is that year renewal sticker.
This corner looked more like a crime scene than a school bus stop this morning. Parents called police after finding an electric fence just inches away from where their children wait for the bus. The man who put up the fence says he had finally had it with students trespassing and leaving trash in his yard. He figured the fence would keep them out.
I'm not in charge of other people's children. All I can do is protect myself.
But jolted neighbors thought the fence was too extreme. They called police, and police called Public Works, who questioned whether the fence encroached on a county easement.
Show me what's the truth. You know, everybody's just giving me different words.
The relentless homeowner not giving in because he says the signs posted in his front yard did nothing.
It says no trespassing.
What, you don't like kids? Me, I'm a parent, and I don't want any children around here to get electrocuted.
That's a little too extreme. I mean, you're going to let the kids get electrocuted? That's not cool.
Family booked an incredible 72-day cruise and purchased travel insurance just in case the unexpected happened.
Unfortunately, it did, and the family wound up with a $45,000 bill their insurance company is not paying for.
Pat Winshee and her family travel a lot, and one trip was just too good to pass up. It was a cruise from Los Angeles to Japan and then a second cruise from Singapore back to the USA. The 2 cruises would give the family plenty of time to visit all around Asia. And when they booked, the travel agent asked if they wanted travel insurance.
So I went ahead and paid for it on both trips, just as a precaution.
Good thing they did, because once they arrived in Japan, Pat fell ill and had to be hospitalized, and her doctors did not have good news. Pat and her family canceled the rest of their journey, including that second cruise. Pat ended up spending 57 days in the hospital. Pat eventually recovered, and as soon as she got home, she submitted her hospital claim to Aon Travel Insurance, the company used by the cruise line. Aon kept asking her to resubmit her itemized expenses. The claim dragged out for months without any kind of a payment. We contacted Aon Insurance, which agreed to take a closer look at Pat's claim. They determined that Pat's policy only covered her cruise, but since her medical bills were not related to the cruise, they are not covered. Pat says she can't believe it.
I kind of wish that they would have let me go, because I can't live like this.
This mom is adjusting to her new normal after losing her hands and legs because of all things a dog lick. Marie Trainer woke up from a 10-day coma to find her limbs had been amputated.
I cried the hardest I ever cried in my life.
The life-changing tragedy had its origins during a vacation in the Caribbean with her husband. Marie says she was using her key card to access her hotel when she accidentally nicked herself on her wrist. It was a tiny little scratch, a silly accident. It hardly hurt. When Marie came home, her dog Taylor greeted her with lots of kisses. But the dog also licked Marie's scratch. 4 days later, Marie got very sick and was rushed to the hospital with a severe infection and septic shock.
Her arms were turning black all the way up just below her shoulders.
It turns out that her dog's saliva carried a bacteria called Capnocytophaga. It's quite common in dogs, but what happened to Marie is a very rare occurrence. Her husband Matthew is doing his best to lift her spirits.
I love her to death. She's everything to me.
A sneak peek of the new iPhone comes at a big cost. An Apple engineer's daughter posted this video online, and because of it, her father no longer has a job.
I'm feeling good today.
Brooke Amelia Peterson, a vlogger, and her dad, Apple engineer Ken Bauer,
My dad, the Apple man,
were in good spirits as they walked onto the Apple campus at Infinite Loop in Cupertino last week. Peterson records the check-in and badging process, and the family heads to the company cafeteria where, like a proud papa, Bauer tries out Apple Pay on his new iPhone X, a feature that he worked on.
Did you get it?
I did.
Bauer then hands the phone over to his daughter, who tries out some of the new features. In the process, she apparently exposed some sensitive information in an email subject line when she pulled down the notifications. Peterson posted the video October 21st, and in 2 days, it became one of YouTube's top 10 trending videos, even beating out a clip from Ellen. Apple asked Peterson to remove the video, which she did. The company later fired Bauer, an engineer who had worked there for 4 years.
There is some real sci-fi Spider-Man and Venom shit going on in Panama right now. So a meteorite falls out the sky in Panama. This guy sees something fall out the sky, goes outside to investigate the area where he's seen it fall. He finds a silver rock. So what does he do? He takes it in the house. And let me just say this to you. What I'm about to tell you right now, you are not going to believe. So I'm just going to have to show you. After cooling this rock off because it was burning hot, he put this rock on a plate, put a glass over the rock. And when he does that, something started growing out the rock. Oh, you don't believe me, right? Look at this shit. Look at this shit right here. Mind you, the video is in Spanish. If you can translate, translate. And this is what that turned into. That's coming out the rock. That's coming out the rock. Mind you, that's not even the finished product. Go to his page. You'll be able to find it and look at the finished product. Look at what that shit really turned into.
I mean, we wasn't there for none of this crap.
Doyle Campbell and his wife Mindy went to the Wyndham Resort off McGavick Pike after getting a call that they'd won a prize.
You won a very expensive gift.
All the Campbells had to do was come here for a 90-minute timeshare presentation.
We told him from the start, no, we wasn't buying nothing.
They say the Wyndham employees refused to give them their prize until they'd been there nearly 5 hours, as the salespeople took turns trying to sell them a timeshare.
Oh, it was a scam.
But even worse, they say, was getting this letter several weeks later.
Thanking us for opening an account with PayPal.
He opened a $15,000 account on us. that I didn't know nothing about.
According to the letter, the Campbells had gotten a $15,000 line of credit through PayPal during their recent visit to the Wyndham Resorts property.
I can't afford that.
And later they discovered they'd also unknowingly applied for a Wyndham Rewards Visa card that same day. Was there ever any conversation during the 5 hours you were there that they were going to open a line of credit for you?
No.
Or that they were going to open a Visa card for you?
No, none of it.
I've been begging and pleading. Please arrest him, lock him up.
Tiffany Hammonds says her 17-year-old son has been caught stealing cars multiple times by police, and he's driving without a license. She feels not enough is being done to stop him.
I've done almost everything I could, and it's turning him against me. He's going the opposite way and doing what he wants to do, and which is turning to the streets.
Hammond says when her son has been caught by police for stealing or crashing a stolen vehicle, they keep bringing him home.
I think him seeing that nothing is being done is giving him more of an adrenaline rush to go back out and do it again.
Between January and August of this year, more than 7,000 cars have been stolen in the city of Columbus. A little more than half of them have been Kias and Hyundais. Hammond says she fears the threat her son poses to others and himself.
Since he's left that I know of, he's crashed 5 cars. And I reported each and every one that I know of. And he's still out here.
It's not known if her son was part of the group who stole a Kia and Hyundai found at Crum Park. The Hyundai had been set on fire while the Kia was left in the pond.
What's $143,000? Are you guys crazy?
Rene Ramond and his wife Linda spent 3 weeks touring Switzerland last September. They've made multiple trips to Switzerland, where Rene is from, but they've never occurred any shocking cell phone charges until this trip.
I get this T-Mobile bill and didn't, bother me very much because I thought I was reading $143. And I'm thinking, that's reasonable.
It wasn't until Rene went to pay the bill that he realized the actual amount owed.
And I start, look at the bill, and I'm looking at it and say, excuse me? What's $143,000? Are you guys crazy?
T-Mobile charged him for 9.5 gigabytes of data, which is average for 1 month. But in Rene's case, it was all roaming data.
And so far, I spent $2,500 with the attorney.
So now you're paying an attorney and you're still not getting anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely nowhere.
This woman named Joy opened her home to a father and his baby who had no place to go.
I can't sleep in the airport with a newborn. You know what's going to happen. They'll take my baby away from me.
Ruben had just gained custody of his newborn daughter. He was in Arizona from Ohio to pick her up when she was 4 days old. That's when he met Joy at the hospital where she volunteers.
And I sat down and was rocking her when her father came in. And we sort of made a connection right away.
Ruben made arrangements for him and his daughter to fly back home.
I explained to the airline, I was going to have to fly back with her. They told me the policy was to make sure that I had some kind of documentation from the hospital saying that she was clear to fly. I got all that.
Ruben says he had all the paperwork needed, but when he got to the gate at Frontier Airlines, he was turned away. He says the airline's policy is that a baby must be at least 7 days old to fly. He called Joy, who told him,
I'm coming to get you and I'm going to take you home. So I'm thinking taking me home, she's going to drive me back to Cleveland. But she actually brought me to a house. She's been feeding me, making sure me and my baby's all right.
Ruben and his daughter are booked on an upcoming flight, but they'll be missed once they leave.
So how did you feel when you found out roofers were doing your roof and you didn't ask them to?
I wanted to get home right away.
Jennifer Campbell of Oshawa says it was her son who called her to ask why she didn't mention they were getting a new roof. She says she rushed home to see a work crew had removed almost all the shingles from her home. The roofers had the wrong address and were supposed to be doing a roofing job 3 doors away.
My heart sank. We're calling for rain, wind, and I had a bare roof just down to the plywood.
Campbell says there were roofing materials everywhere.
They didn't just remove the shingles, they left the mess everywhere. Sides of the house, backyard, debris, everything.
When Campbell contacted the roofing company, they admitted they made a mistake and had the wrong house. She thought they would replace her roof, and she was shocked when they said no, but they'd give her a good deal on a new one.
I feel like, it was their mistake. They weren't invited here. They weren't asked here.
Campbell called the police, her insurance company, and another roofing contractor who put down an emergency wrap on her house to protect the roof until it can be completed.
Tom Holland was just rushed to a hospital after he suffered a concussion and possibly cracked his skull open. So reports are coming out that Tom Holland on the set of the new Spider-Man movie suffered a terrible accident earlier today and was rushed to the emergency room. And not only was Tom Holland rushed to the hospital, but another employee who was also on set doing a stunt was also rushed to the hospital. This is who they said was possibly a stunt double rushed to the hospital in an ambulance. Now, Tom Holland's dad ended up giving an interview to The Sun and said that his son could possibly be out for multiple weeks. However, he was still going to attend a charity dinner tonight. Even though he was still able to make it to this charity dinner, his dad said, quote, he will be out for a while. Now, as it turns out, he did make it to that charity event. However, he left early after feeling ill, which is usually a sign of a concussion if you start to feel sick or if you end up trying to go to sleep after the accident. The new Spider-Man movie is due out next July. However, people are saying that this injury could end up extending that deadline.
My neighbor, he pays close to $25 a month.
Bain's family isn't using more water than his neighbors.
They're not getting whacked like I am.
Instead, his sky-high bills are the fault of this pipe in the basement.
The size of the pipe coming in is 1 inch, and then so they put the 1 inch meter.
Bain's water company, Utilities Incorporated, told him he's being charged that $60 service fee because the pipe leading into his water meter is, as you heard, 1 inch wide. His neighbors have half-inch pipes, so they pay half as much in fees.
Oop. There you go.
Bain, who works as a plumber, tried for days to find a solution.
Obviously, I was willing to do anything. I would change the meter, provide my own.
Utilities Incorporated told him he could lower the fee as long as he could use a smaller meter. But Bain says state regulations require his house to have a 1 inch meter. Now, Bain and his family try to use less water whenever they can. From washing hands and doing dishes to letting flowers in their yard go unwatered. But no matter how much they cut back, that $60 fee isn't going anywhere.
Usage is what it is, but I mean, right off the bat, if I went out of town, I'd be charged $60, and if I didn't even use the water for the month.
They came to catch the cats. Volunteers took some kittens.
I spotted her on top of a pile of trash in the closet. There were 3 turtles in the apartment in the bathroom.
The stockpile of trash, the stench, serves as a heartbreaking backdrop to the eviction of Maria Casanas. The landlord here summarily dumped Maria's belongings, locked her out after 28 years here, with a Cat 4 Dorian still a looming possibility Friday.
I cannot believe what's going on here. To do this so ruthlessly to people.
Neighbors rallied around Maria, terrified and confused.
¿Qué vas a hacer? They tried to pay rent on several occasions and they were rejected.
The landlord wanted her out, moved to evict Maria in a manner that horrified her neighbors. We went to ask why.
Are you Mark Mulred?
And that was how Mark Mulred answered. State records have 4 pages of buildings Mulred owns, so he runs low-income housing.
Low-income housing, yes. People used to come 24 hours a day to pay the rent in cash.
Maria was one among tenants here who are strung along month to month, no long-term lease. And neighbors tell us they fear making waves and being the next suddenly evicted.
How does a New Jersey deli that sold only about $18,000 worth of sandwiches last year reportedly end up being valued at $100 million?
It's a modest little deli in New Jersey that sells sandwiches, coffee, and soft drinks. Last year, it reportedly made just $18,000 in sales. The deli is run by this guy, Paul Marina, a local wrestling coach and high school principal. But $100 million? Even the business network CNBC can't believe it. Neither can one of America's wealthiest investors, David Einhorn, who quips the pastrami must be amazing.
So again, how is that possible? Well, the deli sells shares on the stock exchange, and in this soaring market, just about every company is shooting up in value, including this lonely little deli.
Over the years, the company has operated on the promise of we're going to create this chain of restaurants. So a lot of hope with regards to the stock.
So hold the mustard, hold the mayo. Just give me $1 million with that pastrami.
Farmer Scott Nesmith has won his court battle over access to an easement included in the purchase of his Waimama farm. Access that was abruptly cut off nearly a year ago.
The cows were starving last year, as you know, and they were pregnant. So now they're having babies and happy, thanks to you.
Scott's herd is happy and flourishing now, quite a contrast to when he first turned to me for help. Nesmith, another farmer, and neighbor Doug Barnes bought their properties in 2017 with this legal easement included in their deeds. 5 years later, neighbor Ricky Goodson of Goodson Farms suddenly claimed they were going through his private property and put up no trespassing signs, then blocked access with this heavy equipment. Goodson's response to me had viewers across the country alarmed.
Okay, so you're saying his only access is Cody Road or to fly in?
My investigation spurred a code enforcement review and a citation against Goodson that required the easement to be unblocked. It has remained open since then, but Goodson continued to fight in court, claiming the neighbors had no legal right to use his land to access theirs.
Him taking the gate doesn't stop me from going to that street and walking down it.
This fence in Rashonda Kelly's backyard separates her Virginia Beach neighborhood from the Somerset Lake community. It's a fence at the heart of a dispute after she hired a contractor who installed a gate, much like this one, for easier access.
There were some wood pieces right here, metal workings that go from about here, maybe like a triangle shape, and then support metal.
The gate went up in early February, but when Kelly came out back 2 weeks ago, the gate was boarded up, pieces missing.
And I'm like, I have no gate. It's gone. Yeah, completely gone.
Danny Wasserman with Dr. Dan's Landscaping did the original work. He tells 10 on Your Side one man claiming to be with the Somerset Lake Condominium Association called him shortly after the work was done.
And he demanded that I come there and I remove the gate, make it whole, make it solid.
Dr. Dan refused, but someone took it upon themselves, Kelly says.
A local woman takes on Walmart in court and wins.
Leslie Nurse says she was at the self-checkout at the Sims Walmart with her husband and 3 kids, fighting a malfunctioning scanner, even getting help from a Walmart associate. After she thought she'd finished and paid, she was stopped by an asset protection manager. She was eventually charged with stealing $48 worth of groceries. She was eventually arrested, mugshot taken. But the criminal charge was eventually dropped when no one from Walmart showed up to court. By then, she said, the damage to her reputation had already been done, her ability to make a living stifled by the criminal charge. What was worse, she continued to receive demand letters from a Walmart-affiliated law firm offering to drop the matter if she paid them $200. But it turns out many people do. During testimony in the lawsuit she filed against the company, an expert testified Walmart routinely uses to add insult to injury. Walmart never produced a video that would have been recorded at the self-checkout area that would have proved Nurse shoplifted or didn't. At the end of this lawsuit, a unanimous jury found for Nurse and awarded her $2.1 million in punitive damages.
She bit me right here, see? Wow. That's where she bit me.
When veteran Ron Burton comes home to his government-subsidized apartment, he encounters unwanted company. Squatters, who he says moved in while he was away.
Is this true?
No, it's not.
Do you live here?
It's outrageous. It's crazy. It's messing our whole neighborhood up.
Burton says the woman moved in while he was at the James A. Haley VA hospital for 2 weeks, receiving treatment for a brain injury.
She found a key I had outside in this brick.
She brought her boyfriend with her.
She's the one that knocked her home a while. Yeah.
Why'd she do that?
Because she was mad at him.
Burton is now dealing with rotting food. Taxpayers are footing the bill for Burton's $700 a month apartment.
Can you sleep in your own bed?
No.
Can you use your own bathroom?
Once in a while.
It's part of a $75 million a year joint partnership between HUD and the VA, intended to provide permanent housing for homeless vets. But Burton says neither agency nor the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office will get the squatters out. The Sheriff's Office says it's a civil matter since they can't determine who has legitimate residency.
A father says he spent more than $100,000 to restore a vintage truck.
But years after taking it in, the truck isn't even close to being finished.
2 years ago, Tim Hayes had an idea.
My son always likes truck. He's been a truck
truck kid.
So he made his son, 14 years old at the time, a promise to restore a vintage truck and give it to him on his 16th birthday. The two got to work and found this 1967 Ford. They took it here to Classic Corner Iconic Cars in Oklahoma City to have it restored.
They told me that it would probably be done around July.
But long quickly turned to longer. Still now, almost 2 years later, with his son's 16th birthday just a couple weeks away, the truck is still nowhere near ready. To make things even more complicated, Tim says Jim with Classic Corner continued sending him invoices for work he claimed was happening on the truck. To date, Tim says he's paid Classic Corner more than $115,000 worth of invoices.
I was doing fine. I had saved for 20 years for retirement.
But all the saving and planning didn't prepare her for the cost of goods and services going up 8.5% since this time last year.
I never thought at 73 I would be going through, making these kinds of choices.
Choices like not driving, limiting presents for her grandkids, and buying generic, all just to pay the bills.
Signature Select, and it's perfectly fine.
Let's do the math. Even with an $80 increase in Social Security from the cost of living adjustment, Suzanne takes home about $1,800, $1,100 from retirement, totaling $2,900 a month. Her rent alone is $2,330, leaving her with less than $600 a month.
The money's going to run out at this point because I've got to dip into it to the tune of about $700-800 a month.
That's forced Suzanne back into the classroom, proctoring AP exams, and she's not alone.
After 16 years, Dottie Fairchild is packing. Dottie, one of about 250 tenants given an ultimatum: pay more or move out.
I've been searching and searching and searching.
On a fixed income, Dottie can't afford to pay $1,100 a month. She's been paying around $500.
I thought I'd be here until they carried me out feet first,
The owners of New Garden Manor and British Lake Village investing millions in a renovation project, the cost offset with a sizable rent increase.
I said, well, what if I can't be out by the 31st? She said, well, then we'll move you out.
Dottie must be out by Tuesday. So does 71-year-old Dwayne Ripley.
Well, I shouldn't say this because I'm a Christian and I shouldn't be afraid, but I'm afraid.
Dwayne has extreme COPD. He says the stress
I get so short of breath
has exacerbated his condition, a burden compounded by the thought
I'm just about on my knees
of being homeless.
And that's what this is all about.
It's a woman raising her two young kids in a tiny garage.
The 250 square foot, $1,000 a month garage has hardwood floors and granite steps, and according to Nicole, is a perfectly fine place to raise two children.
I live in a garage and it's probably more sanitized than most people's bottoms.
Nicole and daughter Shay moved in after a time at a San Mateo women's shelter. She says since the CNN story aired, she's received lots of attention and nasty emails about her way of dealing with the Bay Area's lack of affordable housing.
I like it here. For people that don't like it, count yourselves lucky that you're not in this garage with me. I think that it's a home.
The bartender says she makes good money, but not enough for a bigger place in a market with a lot of competition.
I had done a lot of searching, probably spent over $750 doing application fees, trying to get into an apartment. Nobody wanted to rent to me, so this was a last resort, but a good resort.
Nicole says her rent money is keeping a roof over the homeowner's head by keeping the mortgage paid.
They wanted to convert their garage because they didn't want anybody living in their home.
Man is accused of stealing water, hundreds of gallons of water, after police say he tapped into a fire hydrant to fill his swimming pool.
When they got here, they say they found an adapter and a hose hooked up right here on this fire hydrant, and the hose was running into this man's backyard. Police say the man told him he was trying to save some money. Gwinnett County Police say they caught 51-year-old Richard Isaac red-handed with a green hose attached to this silver fire hydrant. A neighbor called police around 11:30 Wednesday night. I requested the police report where the officer explained he found an adapter hooked up to the fire hydrant. Attached to that, the garden hose running straight to Isaac's backyard and into his pool.
The hydrant
What was even more surprising to neighbors on Mint Julep Court was why he did it. The report says he told the officer the last time he filled his pool, it cost him too much money.
I wouldn't dream of doing anything like that.
She'd have got him a ticket for being a ding-dong or stupidity.
No tickets, but police charged Isaac with theft and illegal use of a fire hydrant.
Jason Sung paid the state of Texas to lock in the license plate 5.0 GPA for the next 5 years.
You know, I'm not a good, student or I don't have a good grade, but I just thought it's a funny play and I really liked it.
But little did he know it would be the source of a headache for him down the road.
March 17, 16, it's just like pretty much every day.
Sung's Harris County Toll Road Authority account lists charge after charge for driving through toll plazas, except he says he doesn't take the toll roads often.
This is, his car page.
You can imagine his surprise when he learned from Hectra that someone he doesn't know was driving around with a spoofed version of his vanity plate on their car for months. Hectra sent Sung this photo of the other vehicle.
Even a person who doesn't even have a driver's license can tell you, that's not a Texas plate.
The spoofed plate also shows the other driver's Instagram handle. We were able to connect with him on social media. He says he's been pulled over for the fake plate several times, knows his plate is fake.
Well, imagine you're in the middle of dinner eating some seafood and then you bite into something worth more than the bill. That's what happened to one couple down in Cape May.
Last Sunday, Michael ordered his usual appetizer, a dozen clams on half shell.
I was down to the 12th one, and when I picked it up with the fork, it looked kind of heavy, but I didn't think nothing of it. And then when I started to eat it, I noticed something was in my mouth. I actually thought one of my teeth broke.
It was actually a pearl.
He's eaten dozens and dozens of clams, and we've never found anything like that. So it was pretty exciting.
Not only did something spectacular and rare happen on their impromptu trip, the couple was also celebrating something special.
It was actually our anniversary of 34 years of coming here for the very first time. So that even makes it more special.
We first came here President's Day weekend in '87.
Yeah. The popular restaurant is celebrating its centennial year. Not a bad gift for the Spresslers to walk away with.
I have worked here for around 10 years now, and I've never heard of somebody finding one in one of our oysters or clamshells.
I got you. I got you.
If you know literally anybody that owns a dog or a cat, you're going to want to send them this video because the FDA just issued a nationwide warning over all different kinds of pet food. So dog and cat food pet recall sparks a nationwide warning to pet owners. And by the way, there was just a pet food recall like a week ago, but this is a new one. So they're saying that this company is now recalling 5 products that were manufactured under the same lot that was exposed to Listeria, which is obviously no good. And then the FDA is obviously stating that Listeria can actually pose a potential health risk to people and pets. So they're saying that according to the release, these recalled products were distributed to customers in all 50 of the states and the District of Columbia. So it's a nationwide recall. And then the products that are under this recall is the Viva Turkey for Dogs Ground, the Viva Turkey for Dogs Chunked, the Viva Turkey for Cats, and the Viva Pure Turkey and Viva Beef and Turkey for Puppies. I literally don't think anybody understood that, so you can pause and read this if you want, and it's all going to be under the lot 21244. So if you have any of these, throw them away. And then you can pause and read this if you want to contact them for a refund.
A Phoenix-based international company says they think they've solved the high cost of building homes.
And when lumber goes up, well, the cost of building a house goes up. So what if you could build a house without wood?
Listen close. Do you hear that? Exactly. This is the world's quietest construction site. Because instead of machinery to cut wood, here at a foam home, crews heat up a wire with a battery pack, stretch it out, and then slice the foam like butter. Then they glue it to the rest of the house with a glue that turns into more foam. They say as lumber's only grown in cost, foam hasn't really. In fact, building a home this way can be 10 to 50% cheaper.
No supply chains in the last year that has ever affected us.
Eventually, the foam's covered in a thin layer of their concrete formula, and you'd never tell it was a foam home. You might think foam makes a rickety home. They say you're wrong. In fact, they tell us the foam can withstand more than 200-mile-per-hour winds. They call it earthquake and hurricane-proof and fire-resistant. Amir says the home is essentially made out of insulation, so it's more than twice as energy efficient as a traditional wood structure.
This is the only type of construction that makes sense moving forward, but it saves our world as well as being as the most eco-friendly product to build with.
News, a woman has landed at JFK Airport with a passport from a country that has never existed in our lifetime.
Authorities at JFK International Airport are in shock. Tonight, a woman arrived from Tokyo carrying a passport from a nation called Terenza, a place that does not exist on any map of our world. The passport was flawless. Biometric chip, perfect holograms, dozens of stamps from countries that also do not exist.
Her documents were perfect, better than perfect. But the country, Terenza, it doesn't exist anywhere.
Witnesses say she looked completely ordinary, like any tourist. But when agents told her Terenza isn't real, she froze, then whispered, "Then this isn't my world."
She asked me, "Is this America?" I said, "Yes, of course." Then she whispered, "America," like she had landed in the wrong place.
Authorities placed her in a secure room under surveillance. She sat calmly for hours. Then she vanished. Cameras show her fading away, like static on a broken television screen. So, who was she? A lost traveler from another dimension?
One senior who ditched natural grass to make life easier is now seeing red, courtesy of the city.
It may look real, but this is synthetic grass, and it's led to a turf war with City Hall. Homeowner Frank Leone installed the fake grass on his North York lawn because he's in his 80s, he's had a stroke, and has limited mobility. Shortly after the turf went in, a complaint was filed by a neighbor. Frank got a notice from the city. Receiving help from former councilor Karen Stintz, Leone called a bylaw officer to inspect the lawn, getting approval last October. And he got it in writing. Leone thought it was over, but just a month later, a building inspector from the city said the lawn is not permeable, meaning water can't pass through it. And
he's being charged for failure to comply with an order.
This despite the approval of a bylaw officer. According to Leone, he was told that the primary issue was a lack of water flow, even though his turf has many holes. And it allows water to flow through easily.
This was the Cybertruck that got polished, and they ended up calling the cops on it. As you guys know, Cybertrucks do not come polished. They just come with a regular steel look, just like that. And they ended up polishing the steel on this one, and it gave it that mirror-like finish, and a lot of people basically freaked out when they saw it going around. Because obviously it was just reflecting everything and causing some glare. So much to the point that you actually couldn't see it while it was going around. And essentially what ended up happening was, I mean, there's no problem with it, so they couldn't do anything about it, even though it was causing all this glare. Imagine you're minding your own business and that thing just comes up like a shiny orb out of nowhere.
This is actually what happens when you oil up Tobin's. He gets this shiny.
What?
Yeah, for real.
I mean, you can literally watch the process of them buffing and polishing it. It is a mirror. And then Greg commented or pointed this out. This is a 400R. Apparently they're super rare, but I don't know anything about them. Right, Gregory?
It is apparently super rare.
To me, I didn't even know. Right-hand drive, too.
When someone comes to Marsha Kelly's door, her dog goes into a tirade. Marsha's son, Stan, said it was a problem when the mailman came to the door.
He rang the bell and delivered a package.
The dog goes off, it makes a huge noise.
Which in turn scared Marsha's disabled husband.
I asked him, please, this is a startling noise.
Stan says he kept asking the mailman not to ring or knock.
He kept on ringing the bell.
Stan admits he lost his temper one day.
I sort of didn't say very nice things.
After that, the family noticed they weren't getting any mail. Marsha went to the post office to find out why.
They wouldn't talk to me. They just said, you have to call our supervisor.
She says the supervisor never answered the phone. Finally, Marsha saw the mail carrier outside.
I asked him why we weren't getting any mail, and he said, I'm not delivering to your house. So I said, why? And he said, because of your son.
Marsha says no one would tell her how to get her mail or where it was going.
A juicy, sizzling steak. Made by computer. While obtaining regular meat is a process that's been taking place for millennia, cow, butcher, beef, Redefined Meat, a meat alternative startup out of Israel, makes their product using a highly technical process. The mix of soy and pea protein, chickpeas, beetroot, nutritional yeast, and coconut fat is formed into steak-like shapes using a 3D printer.
Our goal is to become the largest meat company in the world just by harnessing technology instead of animals.
Meat substitutes are not new. But unlike the soy-based crumbles that mimic ground beef, Redefined Meat's product is designed to act, taste, and cut like flank steak. But the most important part, how does it taste? This diner was happy.
The texture feels right. Even the smell smells like the real thing.
Breaking news, America, we have a major problem. A massive candy recall just dropped, and it's targeting stuff from Walmart, Target, and Dollar General. We're talking about Palmer Candy Company, one of the biggest names in snack mixes and coated sweets, now pulling dozens of products off shelves due to salmonella contamination. Before I go further, if you have any snack or candy with that white yogurt-like coating, do not eat it. Return it, refund it, toss it. Because here's the deal. This recall includes everything from coated pretzels to trail mixes to fudge cookies. If it came from Palmer and it's covered in white stuff, it's on the list. And it's not just a small batch. This stuff was sold nationwide in over 17 states, California, Texas, Florida, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and many more, coast to coast. Even worse, the FDA classified it as a Class 1 recall, meaning there's a real risk of serious illness or death. So if you shop at Walmart, Target, Dollar General, even some grocery chains like Hy-Vee, you may have this in your house right now. No illnesses have been reported yet, but salmonella is no joke. Fever, cramps, diarrhea, and it hits the elderly and kids the hardest.
They want to take our 13-space carport, this one right here, and they want to build 5 ADU units.
That's right. The plan is to convert these parking spaces into living spaces at this building off Kingsley in Koreatown. It's already happening up the street at this building off Normandy.
If you hit the car for any reason,
Construction crews moved in even as residents refused to move their parked cars.
We did file some complaints to the city. Nothing happened. They called the police. You know, they almost turned our cars away.
The city has told us we can proceed. That's Joel Rodstein with North Oak Property, which manages the Kingsley Apartments. Over the phone, he explained these carports can be turned into ADUs under a law signed by Governor Newsom, AB 1211.
there's a new law in the state of California that says you can basically build these ADUs almost anywhere, and you do not have to replace parking spots that were guaranteed as part of a lease.
China just discovered the largest gold mine in the world, and what's important is what's about to happen because of it. China said, quote, "According to our estimates, there may be over 1,000 tons of gold under the ground." And you need to know what's about to happen now that China has discovered this gold. In fact, this is such a huge amount of gold China has discovered that China says it's worth over $80 billion US. And I actually don't think that they're exaggerating. China said some of the rocks they've dug up, you can actually see big pieces of gold inside of them. Now, these gold reserves that China just discovered are actually going to make China the #1 producer and consumer of gold in the world. And that's really quite a big deal. But also, because China has discovered so much gold, it's very likely that it could affect the market because more supply means lower prices. Now, it goes without saying, this is a huge deal. This is the largest gold reserve that's ever been discovered. And it's very likely that China can use this money and gold to leverage against other things and get things for themselves. Super interesting, but as usual, you can leave me a follow for some more global news like this.
In slow motion, this cell phone video captured by a witness shows a 10-year-old gorilla named Denny at the San Diego Zoo charging the glass. The impact startling people who saw it happen, but no one was more shocked than Katya Sutil.
We were actually looking down at our cell phones, so we didn't notice that he had taken a running start, jumped, and then launched into the glass, and he hit it with his elbow or his forearm, right into the glass, directly in front of my face.
Katya was celebrating her birthday at the zoo on Saturday with her sister. The two spent about 20 minutes observing the gorillas, even taking some video of their own minutes before Denny charged.
I was so jolted, I fell back a few feet, and then when I looked up to see what had happened, I just saw the gorilla staring directly at me, making eye contact with me, and then this giant crack. And I mean, this crack propagated probably 6 feet. It was pretty big.
The impact broke the first layer of a 3-layered glass panel. No one was injured.
We have some major news right now. The polka dot dress hero has mysteriously disappeared, and there may be a much bigger conspiracy behind it. On October 20th, when ICE forcibly detained immigrants, she fearlessly stepped forward, openly questioning their action. She became a hero in the hearts of countless immigrants and women. But now, she's gone. Her social media accounts have been wiped clean. Her phone is out of service. And surveillance footage has mysteriously disappeared. It's as if she never existed. Neighbors are talking. They say plainclothes officers were seen near her apartment late at night. Witnesses claim they were discreet, not revealing their identity. The police have yet to respond. No video footage has been released, and the mystery only deepened. What started as a fight for immigrant rights and women's power is now turning into an even more complex puzzle. Why do those who stand up get silenced first? Her disappearance may very well become the catalyst for future social reform. Who knows if she was really caught or not?
Literally, a man asked me for my number. I said no, and he picked up a brick in front of so many men and was like,
a lady refused to give the man her phone number. She was hit with a brick 20 times. This is unimaginable violence. She didn't ask for much, just the right to say no. But for refusing a stranger's request, she was brutally attacked and struck with a brick 20 times. People around her watched it all happen. It was as if it had nothing to do with them. Some even filmed the entire process, but no one stepped in to help. She posted a video showing the bruises on her face, hoping to show the world how unsafe women truly are in everyday life. However, shockingly, the comments on social media blamed her. The internet didn't support her. Instead, it criticized her. Some said she was too rude. Others said she should have just given him her number. Some even said she should have just given him her number. Why couldn't she just say no? Why did he think hurting her was his right? We haven't taught men to stop violence, but we've taught women to keep silent, avoid conflict, and endure abuse.
The moment a father and son arrive at the Uptown Candy Store in Riverside, only to find the shopkeeper accidentally left the doors unlocked after leaving for the day.
We need to go find a security guard and tell them this place is unlocked.
The store quickly posting the heartwarming surveillance video on TikTok, asking people to help find this Good Samaritan and his little boy. Now, the Uptown Candy Shop had only been open for a few days when this happened. They were just celebrating their grand opening.
Hello?
If it wasn't on video, you might think it was too good to be true.
Yikes. Hold on.
We looked through the video footage and it just warms our heart. We just wanted to share it with the rest of you guys. It was just super wholesome.
The video now has more than 3 million views and counting. It wasn't long before the dad in the clip responded.
An old friend of ours gave me a call and she's like, hey, do you have TikTok? I'm like, no.
Neither of us have one, and so we didn't know.
Thank you guys so much. I seriously cannot thank you guys enough.
A lot of people are watching, so it feels a little odd, but we're just happy that he was at the right place at the right time.
Exactly.
They look like tired travelers waiting for a flight, but take a closer look. These people are actually homeless.
Well, since right now I'm completely broke, so not going anywhere, just hiding different parts of the airport.
Rebecca has lived here with her adult son and cat for almost a year. She says the airport is safer than the streets and overcrowded shelters.
I left Phoenix with $15,000. It goes quick.
The job and apartment she had lined up both fell through. Then she lost $3,500 in a rental scam. Broke, she landed at the airport, homeless. She uses the Wi-Fi at the airport to apply for jobs. She did get a job, ironically, here at the airport, doing what she did in Phoenix, pushing passengers in wheelchairs, but was fired a week later. She believes the company found out she was homeless. Since January, she has been living at a long-term hotel where she can now cook, shower, and finally sleep in a bed.
Millions of farmers lose their land to homecoming, and the government ignores it. What should have been a joyful hometown reunion turned into a nightmare for countless farmers. Thousands of cars flooded farmland, destroying the livelihoods of millions of farmers due to a public event. Did you know? These lands aren't just their source of income, they are essential for feeding cattle throughout the winter. What's most infuriating is the government's decision to ignore the disaster. Everything is brushed off as just a public event, with the farmers' interests completely overlooked. Is this society's cruelty, or a reflection of the cold indifference in the system? Farmers angrily watch their hard-earned fields get crushed into rubble. Every car parked on their land wasn't just the physical damage, but the destruction of their very livelihood. These hay bales are for our cattle, especially in winter. Without them, how will our cows survive? They have sacrificed so much for this land, only to see it wiped away by ignorant drivers in a cold system. This is more than the loss of a field. It's an assault on the dignity of farmers. When we talk about the significance of public events, Have we forgotten the farmers who fight for their livelihood?
Breaking news. Something terrible is about to happen to the United States. Starting December 12, 2025, it will start snowing and it won't stop for 60 days. Yes, snow is beautiful, but imagine a month of nonstop snow. A scientist named Judah Cohen has issued a warning, and what he says is disturbing. Half the country could be buried under ice. Businesses would close, supermarkets would close, power outages would spread, heating gas would run out, and whole families could be trapped and freeze to death. People would try to flee south to places like Florida or California, but the roads would be blocked by snow. Walking or driving would be nearly impossible. Survival would require a miracle. Some believe this is why so many immigrants are leaving the country. What seemed like a crisis could be a blessing in disguise. All we can do now is prepare, pray, and ask for protection. Because if this snow lasts 60 days, it could freeze the entire United States. And this is no joke. If this blackout is planned, who benefits from the freeze? Comment on the snow if you feel something is wrong. Finally, follow me to hear the news you never heard before.
Hey, how are you?
How's that?
We have been kicked out of restaurant kitchens before, but never like that. It is the second time we've been to China Buffet in Northwest Miami-Dade. It is the third time they've been ordered shut. Inspectors were back again last week based on a complaint. But no one here wants to talk about what was found. It's the second time. Second time. China Buffet is located just east of the Country Club of Miami at 186th and Northwest 67th Avenue. This place was ordered shut in 2014 and 2016 because of roach and rodent issues, and last week again 28 violations were found. The inspector noted live roaches and roach excrement. Equipment and utensils were not washed and sanitized properly. The interior of the oven had a heavy accumulation of a black substance or debris. There was mold in the ice machine and on soda dispensing nozzles.
They thought it was funny. They thought Halloween gave them a free pass. No rules, no consequences, just a little joke. Wrong. Everyone saw through it. These are adults. Teachers from Vail School District 8, the math department, people who tell our kids how to think critically. But somehow they couldn't add 2 and 2 together and realize this was a terrible idea. Now they're apologizing. Let's read their masterpiece. We apologize that the wearing of these shirts caused concern and were upsetting to some. It was never our intent. This is a hard lesson for all of us. We ask for your grace and forgiveness. Grace? Forgiveness? You wore that to school. You taught kids that mockery is okay if it's wrapped in a costume. You made cruelty look cute. And now you want grace? Number. Grace is earned. Accountability is taught. If this is what the math department teaches, no wonder the whole district failed the test.
A 6-year-old flying solo to visit his grandmother was mistakenly put on the wrong flight.
My stomach was tight, my heart was pounding.
The boy's grandmother, Maria Ramos, says he was supposed to fly from Philadelphia to Fort Myers for Christmas, but when she went to pick him up at the gate, he wasn't there, telling Wink News.
So I ran inside the plane to the flight attendant and I asked her, where's my grandson? He was handed over to you at Philadelphia. She said, no, I had no kids with me.
The boy traveling on Spirit Airlines was accidentally sent to Orlando.
He said, Mom, where are you? I don't see you. I got out the plane. I said, what you mean you got out the plane? He said, yes, I'm here. I land. I'm in the airport. I said, give me an adult. He said, I don't have nobody with me.
In a statement, Spirit Airlines said the child was always under the care and supervision of a Spirit team member. And as soon as we discovered the error, we took immediate steps to communicate with the family and reconnect them. We apologize to the family for this experience.
Shopping carts was stolen, yet the supermarket demanded the employee compensate for the loss of $30,000. 61-year-old Zelly works as a clerk at a large supermarket in New Jersey, where her primary duties involve monitoring merchandise and restocking shelves. But this morning, she discovered that only half of the 500 shopping carts in the designated parking area remained. She immediately notified her supervisor and promptly called the police. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, the supervisor's first words weren't check the surveillance footage, but instead accused her. Did you steal them? This enraged Zelly. Though she had no money, she had her principles. When police arrived and reviewed the footage, they found others responsible for the theft. Zelly thought the matter would be resolved, but the next day she received a company notice. She must compensate for the $30,000 loss of shopping carts or face termination and even legal action. When the incident went public, outrage erupted. Some declared making low-level employees take the fall for system failures is outrageous. Others argued she had supervisory duties and should bear some responsibility. But Zelly just wanted to ask, I earn $15 an hour, yet I'm expected to pay $30,000? Is that fair?
Blake, now this story is getting a lot of people fired up online. A couple in Texas City being sued by their homeowners association. They could be on the hook for $100,000, all because of a few flower beds.
I like pretty flowers. I like my yard pretty.
Dottie and Klaas Tadema live in this home in the Lago Mar neighborhood and planted new flower beds a little over a year ago.
I had thought they'd give us a yard of the month sign or something.
Instead, they got hit with a lawsuit seeking up to $100,000 in damages, claiming they deliberately disobeyed and ignored HOA rules about how front yards in the neighborhood should look.
I feel like we have no freedom here.
The couple paid the HOA $25 for an application to allow the home improvements. The HOA rejected that application in March. So the HOA filed this lawsuit about 6 months later.
But I had no idea. I had no control over my yard. We paid for this home.
The HOA is fining them $3,000 for not fixing the violations. The Tademas wish they could speak with the HOA.
I don't want to be sued for this crazy amount of money.
So Tim has been secretly sleeping with Akira behind her back. In a shocking twist, Brene just found out in open court that Tim had been lying to her the entire time. He'd claimed he was done with Akira, but the evidence said otherwise. Text messages, explicit pictures, and secrets revealed that Tim had been hooking up with Akira while pretending to be a faithful husband. The worst part? Tim had promised Brene that everything with Akira was over, but just days before the court hearing, he sent Akira a message saying, I want to fill you up like a Twinkie. And that wasn't the end of it. Tim also called their marriage a business deal, saying Akira was paying for his education. But the real betrayal came when Brene exposed 12 photos of Tim and Akira on dates, completely undermining everything Tim had said in court. This wasn't just a separation, it was an affair. As Brene sat there, listening to the evidence unfold, her heart must have shattered. She thought Tim had been honest, but now everything was a lie. Now the world is watching. Can Brene ever trust him again, or has this marriage been destroyed forever?
A simple home improvement purchase turned into a nightmare for a local family. Now they want to warn all homeowners.
A $3,500 fridge.
The fridge still works.
Ended up costing Bradley Bird an estimated $700,000. The Birds purchased the fridge in December from Costco. The new fridge, installed by a third-party contractor, was provided by Costco. Everything looked operational.
When my daughter got home from school that day, she FaceTimes me and says, Dad, the house is underwater.
It wasn't until that frantic FaceTime 6 hours after the fridge was delivered that he realized the installer failed to properly install the water supply line, resulting in a major flood when the line burst. The water damage was extensive, affecting multiple rooms, furniture, electronics, musical instruments, and even the home structure.
So far, I have spent about $300,000 on repairs, mitigation.
Breaking news. Takis, the popular spicy snack for teens and tweens, is being named as a deadly food by health authorities in several countries. 2 child deaths have been reported. Cases point to cancer-causing colors, high sodium, artificial flavors, and saturated fats in Takis. It's a health disaster. Packaged in a spicy flavor, it's a highly processed food. Studies show that processed foods are highly associated with cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. It's nutritionally nutritionally void. It's low in calcium and iron, yet it's taking over children's meals. It's extremely high in sodium. It's a whopping 390 milligrams per serving, which raises the risk of gastric cancer and high blood pressure. If ingested on a consistent basis, it's loaded with saturated fats and strong flavors. It can cause gastritis, intestinal bleeding, reflux, and even organ damage. Experts warn, this is not a spicy chili. It's a chronic health bomb.
Y'all, this went down at Walmart. A black woman caught a white woman shoplifting on camera, and things escalated fast. She was just recording when she saw the lady stuffing things into her bag, so she kept filming. On the way out, the white woman noticed and flipped out. She was like, "You recording me?" And the black woman said, "Yeah, I am." Then the white woman tried to grab her phone, swung at her, and the phone went flying. The black woman hit back, and y'all, she knocked her out cold, like lights out right there by the doors. A few minutes later, the white woman came to, ran outside, and tried to tell the cops that she was attacked. But when the police showed up, the black woman was like, "Yeah, I hit her, but she hit me first, and I got the whole thing on video." Turns out she wasn't lying. She caught the woman shoplifting on film. Now the video's all over the place, and people are debating who's in the wrong. But honestly, if you throw the first punch and get caught stealing, don't be surprised when you end up on the floor.
And they're getting rich doing it.
I paid $1 for each one of these.
They'll resell them for $4 each. This Dyson vacuum cleaner that they bought at Lowe's on clearance for $137
will clear $1 million in sales this year.
You heard right. Kristen and Justin Herbert are flipping household products. It's called retail arbitrage. Buy lots of the same item at a low price, then sell high.
Well, let's go make some money.
On this day, the Herberts raid the clearance aisle for water coolers that are 75% off.
There you have it. Pretty good haul.
They bought 10 water dispensers, plan to make $200 profit. Resell on Amazon for $500.
There's some days where, we walk into a store and literally in 15 minutes find over $1,000 in profit.
The parents from Phoenix, Arizona said they made $30,000 last year just by reselling Trader Joe's everything but the bagel seasoning. First, they search online for items that are popular right now, like these Contigo water bottles bought for $5 a box. They'll be resold for $20. They also buy items that will soon be in high demand.
Father's Day is going to be coming up, so I know that people are going to be buying stuff for their dad, tools.
Good advice. Maybe one day you too can make $1 million part-time.
We have an update about this situation from someone that claims to also work at that Wendy's. You may be shocked to find out what actually happened and what is happening now because of this situation. If you don't know, the lady that is filming is accusing the girl at the drive-thru window of stealing money from her and putting it in her back pocket. She then goes inside and continues to yell about the situation and still accusing the lady of stealing her money. This person claims to work at Wendy's, but I cannot verify that they actually work at that Wendy's. But they said, "So hey, I work with a girl in the Wendy's video. She is a high-functioning autistic woman living her life and working still to make a living." Since then, we have ran the cameras back, and the girl is simply lying. This was also not the girl's first time claiming stuff was stolen from her or missing from here. My coworker flipped out because she was triggered into an episode after this blank kept calling her a thief. I'm not a manager to release the video to anyone at any time. Just know that it was viewed and charges are being pressed against the girl. Trust me when I say this would not have happened if I was there. I don't deal with the broke blank when I'm at the store. Then she states again that this is not the girl's first time doing this, allegedly.
Breaking news. Doritos, a snack loved by kids, is quietly becoming a frequent cause of urgent care visits. The latest hospital reports reveal that thousands of children across the United States are being rushed to ERs with stomach pain and severe vomiting. The surprising link in these cases? Doritos, known for their sharp seasoning, acidic spice blend, artificial colors, and intense flavoring. These bright orange chips may look harmless, but experts warn that developing digestive systems struggle with highly seasoned, ultra-processed foods. Digestive irritation, burning in the throat, reflux, and even lingering sensitivity can appear suddenly, and parents say the symptoms often continue into the next day. Some doctors warn that repeated exposure to strong artificial flavors may create long-term irritation that goes unnoticed at first. Even more concerning, this snack offers almost no nutritional value
value, yet its strong addictive taste encourages frequent snacking. Over time, heavy seasoning and acids may quietly affect digestion.
Breaking news, America. We have major problem. A large-scale recall has just been announced involving a Target product sold at all stores. We are referring to the Favorite Day Bakery brand Frosted Cookies, one of the most popular brands in the cookie category. The recall was initiated after wood chips were found in the product, which could cause choking, death, and health problems, posing a fatal risk. If you have this product at home, do not consume it. Please return it for a refund and dispose of it properly. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, has classified this recall as a Class 2 recall, meaning the product may cause temporary or reversible health issues. The recall involves approximately 803 cases of the product, totaling over 12,000 packages of 10-piece cookies sold across 20 states and the District of Columbia. The product was distributed from warehouses in Connecticut, Maryland, and Ohio and sold at Target stores and online channels. Affected products can be identified by their barcode and batch number. No reports of illness or injury have been received to date, but officials warn that consuming these cookies may pose a choking hazard or cause injury.
This has went overboard. A city worker dumping Clorox into somebody's food. Chat, this was actually a food vendor stand. This actually took place in Colorado, and people were saying that she went way too far. Chat, we have all of the details to tell you in this video. It's videos like this one that never go viral. I actually checked this video for myself and it only had 250 likes. I hope that we're able to blow up this one to show the people what these city workers are doing. Running up on a food vendor stand in Colorado. Chat, this was actually a Denver, Colorado city worker running up with the Clorox in hand and dumping it into all the food that this food vendor had. The person that actually posted this video, Brenda Melendres, said this, that Colorado in La Colorado in Evans, the city threw everything at them. They would rather throw food away than let them sell. Usually city workers do pull up and they'll get some trash bags and then throw the food away. Then they'll just give the person a ticket. So I'm not gonna sit up here and act like this is normal. Chat, I'm 44 Vato. I always report on stuff like this. Chat, what do you guys think about this one? Let me know, drop a comment.
Brene is now appealing the alienation of affection lawsuit case where she was found liable and set to pay Akira $1.75 million. Now, she now has an attorney, Michelle Hamilton, and Michelle has filed a notice of appearance and said that she is here for two reasons. She is here to first help with any of the post-trial motions that are filed, but also she is here to file an appeal. Now, the first thing that she has asked for is the audio recordings from the entire case. So basically what is happening here is this was a jury trial. Brene represented herself. She was pro se. So it's not going to be so simple as saying the judge made a mistake. They're going to listen to this entire case and try to find what grounds they want to argue for their appeal. They're trying to look for any kind of mistake, any kind of legal error. Now, this is basically letting us know the appeal is going to happen. This does not mean the appeal is granted. This does not change the fact that Brene was found liable and she is still set to pay $1.75 million as of right now. Now, as soon as I have some more information regarding this, I will let you all know, but this is the first step to the appeal.
A pregnant mother and her 9-year-old son were surrounded and attacked by a group of teenagers on their way home. This has been an ongoing bullying issue for the child that has lasted for 2 years. The surveillance video from Chicago's South Side is now going viral across the internet. At the time, the mother was simply picking up her child from school to go home when suddenly they were surrounded by a group of kids at the intersection. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. In an attempt to protect her child, the mother was knocked to the ground and attacked by the group. The mother was pregnant and in a very vulnerable condition, while the child was clearly terrified, crying out for help. But the kids only became more aggressive. Why are these kids so bold and reckless? What's even more alarming is that there were no adults around to intervene during the entire incident. The child's family revealed that this 9-year-old has been bullied at school for months. The mother had called the police and reached out to the school for help, but they were met with indifference and neglect. It wasn't until this video went viral that the school started saying things like, "We're shocked, we'll investigate." The police only responded by saying, "We will increase patrols."
A teacher who has been repeatedly named Teacher of the Year has been exposed for beating her son over 20 times with a belt, and she is expected to face multiple charges. Her name is Nicole Staples, a teacher at Cottage Hill Christian Academy in Alabama. In the early hours of October 28th, Nicole Staples lost control at home and struck her son more than 20 times with a belt. The child's painful cries and her violent actions were recorded by another child and uploaded online. The footage is shocking as Nicole showed no mercy, hitting the child again and again, with each strike causing more pain, yet she still showed no remorse. Reports indicate that she not only had high prestige in school, but was also praised for her excellent teaching style and patience, and was named Teacher of the Year multiple times. After the video went viral, Nicole did not apologize, but instead continued to defend her actions on social media. Just recently, she was officially arrested, and the school announced her dismissal, cooperating with the police in the investigation. As a teacher, Nicole's actions have shattered public trust. She was once seen as a role model by parents and students, yet this video exposed a completely different side of her.
A man has been arrested for sniffing a seat recently occupied by a minor at a dance studio and is facing serious charges, potentially up to 10 years in prison. While he did not physically touch the child, this behavior itself constitutes a serious violation of privacy. Surveillance footage shows the man entered the dance studio, walked to a seat where a minor had just sat, and sniffed it, seemingly unaware of those around him. He did not realize he was crossing legal boundaries. The video has gone viral on social media, sparking widespread discussion about the safety of children's activity spaces. A place that should be the safest has now become a potential danger. The dance studio we trusted lacked appropriate security measures. The issue here is not just the man's actions, but also the studio's security management. The surveillance footage clearly captured his actions, but at the time, there seemed to have been no immediate measures taken to stop him. The police have arrested the suspect, but the regulatory gaps and management failures exposed by this incident cannot be ignored. Ja Rule was ambushed and attacked outside the Sayless restaurant in New York, and his condition is critical as he battles for his life. Reports say that Ja Rule was only outside the restaurant for a few minutes before being surrounded by multiple people. You may not know, but just recently, NFL player Chris Boyd was also shot outside Sayless after a clothing dispute. Reports indicate that the attack was quite serious, and there were footprints left at the scene with surveillance footage unclear. The police have not yet provided an explanation. As the information spreads, the long-standing feud between Ja Rule and 50 Cent is once again being mentioned. Their public rivalry over the years raises suspicions. Could this attack be related to their dispute? Or is there a larger conspiracy behind it? Sayless restaurant has always been renowned for attracting many celebrities. However, this time, it has unexpectedly become the breeding ground for violent incidents. The investigation is still ongoing, and the motive behind the attack and the identity of the suspects remain unclear. Ja Rule's fate also hangs in the balance.
This guy came in with an incredible deal. He would clean the air ducts in the whole house for $29. He looks around the house, even the attic. But instead of checking out the air duct system, he seems more interested in the stuff stored up there. Finally, he takes out his flashlight and peeks inside. Total time, a couple of seconds. Take another look. In the blink of an eye, he's done.
Dust is already inside the system.
Okay, is it dirty right now?
Yes, yes.
We knew it wasn't dirty. All totaled, he wants to charge us $700 to clean and sanitize the system. So much for that $29 special. I'm not actually the homeowner, and I'd like to know whether or not you were doing a bait and switch here.
It's a big difference, but that's what you have, ma'am. The blower motor needs to be cleaned because it's dirty.
Well, I'd like to ask you how you know the blower needs to be cleaned.
Because I opened the system and checked it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You did not open the blower.
He offered to take us to the attic and show us the dirt, but then he does an about face, and he was out of here.
I'm thankful for my stepmom because she listens to me better than my actual mom.
A little girl said, "I'm grateful for my stepmom," in church, and was immediately humiliated. The incident took place at Hope of Glory Fellowship Church in Dallas. The children were asked to share what they were thankful for, and she said, "I'm grateful for my stepmom because she listens to me better than my real mom." The church immediately reacted with aggression, loudly rebuking her and claiming she had evil spirits, demanding to cast them out in the name of religion. Why does expressing gratitude result in being punished? What's even more outrageous is that her biological mother was standing right there, yet didn't speak up for her daughter. Instead, she let the church continue to humiliate her. The church trampled on this little girl's voice, using so-called holiness to drown out her true feelings. This incident reflects not only an internal family conflict, but also how religious education has become a tool to suppress individuality. She is just a child expressing her real emotions. This is why more and more young people are losing trust in religion and education. When children's voices are not respected, where can they find a sense of belonging? A forgotten suitcase in Florida hid a shocking secret. Everyone thought it was a terrorist threat. But when they discovered who left it, the entire scene fell silent. Some even cried. Security footage showed a woman getting off a bus, placing the suitcase down, and disappearing into the crowd. Her name was Elena Duarte, 37 years old, from El Salvador. She had arrived in the U.S. just 3 weeks earlier. No family, no documents, no money. The suitcase was old, dusty, and without a tag. Alarms went off, passengers were evacuated. A security robot scanned it, no explosives. But the sensors showed something moving inside. The air froze. The security chief gave one look. Open it. Agents stepped back. The youngest whispered, trembling, "This can't be real." The entire area was sealed off. No press conference, no answers, only heavy stares and a name that vanished from every record, Elena. Some say the suitcase held her final secret. Others say it was the only reason she came to America. Why did the police refuse to talk to the media? Type suitcase in the comments, and I'll tell you the truth behind this story. A 13-year-old girl suffered complications during brain surgery, and the doctor and nurses were literally singing out loud while her skull was open. A full-on religious ritual surgery is now being exposed. At first, we all thought it was just unprofessional behavior. Maybe they were praying for the patient. But once the full video was released, the entire world was stunned. The incident happened at a regional medical center in the United States. In the footage, a nurse is clapping her hands beside the patient's exposed head, looking upward and praying, while the lead surgeon even pauses during critical steps to match the rhythm of the song. This hospital has received non-stop complaints for the past 2 years, but every single one was quietly buried. Some patients said that when they woke up after surgery, they heard nurses outside their rooms singing the exact same worship songs. Others claimed their surgeries were delayed because the operating room was preparing for a prayer ritual. The girl is still recovering, and her family is preparing to take legal action. So what exactly is behind this prayer-style surgery? Faith, or a complete loss of control? Tell me what you think.
Why?
Put my phone in here.
These Yonder pouches are mandatory for each student.
It's very good.
They put it inside of the pouch, press the button, and it's locked.
And you really cannot open it. If you try. I cried about it. The day before school, giving up my phone, I cried and I cried.
But the adjustment was worth it, she says.
Majority of the days now are good. Like, the fights last year, they were so out of hand, but this year, it's like, I'm not seeing any fights.
And that's because the fights in the halls were organized on social media.
They will send out a message, and that message will go out to 30, 40 other people that they know. And each student in a different room will ask for, say, a bathroom pass. The teachers don't know what's going on.
Cliff Canavan knows better than most. He broke his arm breaking up a massive fight after school in 2022. Why do you still teach here?
It's home.
And it's feeling more like home again, with his students' academic and behavioral performances up.
I'm seeing more eyeballs now than I've seen in a decade, because the kids just, they're so addicted to their phones.
School dismissal is chaotic in a new way now.
All right.
As kids get their phones unlocked by administrators.
Phone retrieved.
Peace. Back on TikTok. Life is good.
Campbell's soup products could be putting your health at risk. Bioengineered meats and questionable additives used in their soups may be causing long-term damage. After a shocking recording surfaced of Vice President Martin Barley mocking the company's products, it's now being revealed that what consumers thought was safe food might actually be a threat to their well-being. In the leaked audio, Barley didn't just call the company's products garbage. He openly claimed that Campbell's uses bioengineered meats, which he described as unhealthy, and vowed never to consume himself. According to food safety experts, the bioengineered meats could potentially lead to hormonal disruptions, digestive issues, and long-term health concerns, especially given the company's use of chemical additives in their products. Barley's racist comments about colleagues only add to the growing public outrage, but the real issue is the health risks consumers face from Campbell's products. As the company scrambles to manage the backlash, an internal investigation is underway, and Barley has been temporarily suspended. But is this enough to restore consumer trust?
This is how TikTok star Marquet the Goat passed away. Right after America lost one of its brightest young creators, a kid who made millions laugh every single day. But behind that smile, nobody knew he was fighting something much darker. Just one day before his death, he complained about strange headaches and dizziness, but refused to go to the hospital, telling his friends it would go away on its own. When a close friend entered his $2 million apartment, he found Marquet collapsed next to his desk. And that's where things get even stranger. Under the desk was a small metal box his family had never seen before. Inside were unlabeled pills and a handwritten note that said, "Just need to finish one more video." Doctors now believe those unknown substances may have triggered a fatal reaction, but investigators still don't know who gave them to him or why he took something he had never used before. The mystery around that box is what has the internet in complete chaos. Fans are heartbroken, unable to understand how someone so talented, so loved, could disappear this suddenly and silently. What do you think? Was this a tragic accident, or is there something deeper behind his death? Drop your thoughts in comments.
If your kids drink Capri Sun, you need to hear this. A viral video shocked parents across the United States after several moms poured Capri Sun into clear glasses and found gray-white mold clumps floating in the drink. Parents online were devastated. Many said they trusted Capri Sun as one of the safest fruit drinks for children in America. But scientists warned that ingesting mold spores can trigger headaches, throat swelling, nosebleeds, memory issues, and in more severe cases, breathing problems or dangerous allergic reactions. Capri Sun responded, saying mold can naturally occur, especially if a pouch is punctured or exposed to air. Because the drink is marketed as preservative-free and all-natural, the inside of the pouch can become the perfect breeding ground for mold. Some U.S. consumers said they noticed white, fluffy particles through the transparent bottom layer of the pouch. That's not fruit pulp, one mother said on TikTok. It's mold, and our kids are drinking it. Parents across the United States are calling this a quiet public health warning. If you have Capri Sun at home, especially older pouches, check them immediately. Your child's safety could depend on it.
I didn't point nothing at y'all. You pointed a gun at us. I didn't point nothing at y'all. You pointed a gun at us. Yeah, whatever.
Ray J was arrested by the police after threatening his wife with a gun during a live stream. In the video, we can clearly hear the cries of their children, and at the time of the incident, their children were present. It is also reported that there was another man in the house at the time. Princess Love firmly denied any intoxication on her or her family's part and emphasized that this act of violence was not an isolated incident. She clarified that she had come to pick up the children as planned and had done nothing wrong. She also mentioned that she had tried to communicate with Ray J multiple times, but her efforts were constantly ignored. It is known that Princess Love had previously tried to file for divorce several times, but for various reasons it had not been finalized. Ray J's violent actions during the live stream not only led to legal consequences, but also completely destroyed the trust and emotions between him and Princess Love. The police arrived quickly after receiving the report and arrested Ray J. This act of violence has finally pushed their already fractured marriage to an irreparable point.
Bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer.
Campbell's Soup vice president just said that their soups have 3D printed meat in them. He was also caught on recording saying that Campbell's products are for poor people and that he won't eat them because he knows that they are unhealthy with the bioengineered meat in them. This was all caught on audio recording by an employee named Robert Garza of Michigan. Garza filed a lawsuit against Campbell's on Thursday and released audio he says features Vice President and Chief Information Security Officer Martin Bally. A Campbell's Soup company spokesperson released a statement that said, "We are proud of the food we make, the people who make it, and the high-quality ingredients we use." The comments on the recording are not only inaccurate, they are patently absurd. Keep in mind the alleged comments are made by an IT person who has nothing to do with how we make our food. If the recordings are legitimate, the comments are unacceptable and they do not reflect our values and the culture of our company. Mr. Bally is temporarily on leave while we conduct our investigation.
Influencer Walito receives death threats after helping a street vendor. In a recent live stream, a man verbally abused his wife, not only criticizing her business, but also openly sabotaging her work. All of this was exposed after Walito intervened. He used his influence to speak up for the street vendor, protecting the vulnerable and bringing this domestic violence behavior into the open. Walito's intervention turned the situation into a public spectacle, sparking a huge reaction on social media. However, this act of justice didn't receive universal support. He revealed on social media that he had received death threats, with some even openly threatening to take revenge on him. Walito overstepped by intervening in someone else's domestic dispute, and he should bear the consequences for his actions. As the situation continued to unfold, fans rallied behind Walito, supporting him for standing up for the dignity and justice of the street vendor. Walito stepped up only to face insane death threats. So, who is really the bad guy here? And who is the true hero?
A woman bought every single rotisserie chicken in the store the day before Thanksgiving, but she was completely misunderstood. No one expected that she bought all the chickens to give them away on the street for free to people experiencing homelessness at a Sam's Club in Los Angeles when she placed the final rotisserie chicken into her cart. The customers around her couldn't hold back anymore. Some called her selfish. Some said she was ruining the holiday spirit, and someone even yelled at her, "A Christian like you wouldn't do things like this." Everyone assumed she was hoarding reselling or trying to make a profit, but she simply stayed quiet, smiled, and proceeded to check out. She didn't argue, not even once, because she knew every judgment was wrong. A few hours later, the same woman appeared on the streets of Los Angeles. She didn't take the chickens home, didn't resell them at a higher price. Instead, she set up a folding table on the sidewalk, cut the warm chickens, plated them, and handed them out. She chose to remind everyone in her own way, don't rush to judge others, because you never know. Someone might be quietly doing what you never would. What do you think of this?
A 6-year-old flying solo to visit his grandmother was mistakenly put on the wrong flight.
My stomach was tight, my heart was pounding.
The boy's grandmother, Maria Ramos, says he was supposed to fly from Philadelphia to Fort Myers for Christmas, but when she went to pick him up at the gate, he wasn't there, telling Wink News.
So I ran inside the plane to the flight attendant and I asked her, "Where's my grandson? He was handed over to you at Philadelphia." She said, "No, I had no kids with me."
The boy traveling on Spirit Airlines was accidentally sent to Orlando.
He said, "Mom, where are you? I don't see you. I got out the plane." I said, "What you mean you got out the plane?" He said, "Yes, I'm here. I land. I'm in the airport." I said, "Give me an adult." He said, "I don't have nobody with me."
In a statement, Spirit Airlines said the child was always under the care and supervision of a Spirit team member, and as soon as we discovered the error, we took immediate steps to communicate with the family and reconnect them. We apologize to the family for this experience. Maria says the airline, which put her grandson's bag on the right flight, offered to reimburse her for the drive to pick him up, but that isn't enough for her.
A Texas influencer is going viral for giving machetes to homeless people, and the internet can't agree if he's helping or playing with danger. The creator, known as Pav Wolfie, posted the clips around Thanksgiving in Austin and New Orleans. He's seen handing machetes to unhoused individuals, claiming the blades offer protection in rough areas. One video has already passed 14 million views, but the reaction online? Explosive, split, and deeply uncomfortable. Critics say it's reckless, especially in Austin, a city that has already experienced real machete attacks that injured dozens and killed one person. They argue he's putting vulnerable people at risk just to create content. A smaller group says the opposite. Machetes are legal, self-defense is survival, and legally they're right. Open carry is allowed in both Texas and Louisiana. Police also confirms no injuries, no crimes, no incidents connected to the videos. So the debate isn't about the law, it's about responsibility. Is this help, or is it entertainment disguised as charity? And when millions are watching, does an influencer owe the public and the homeless more than a viral moment?
The mandate from the Homeowners Association says residents must keep their garage doors open. Failure to comply can result in a $200 fine. Auburn Green's resident Fred Waitlow cleans out his garage.
And I got to remove all this stuff, just personal belongings, pictures.
But it's not something he wants to do.
If we have to have this open from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, anybody can help themselves and steal your blind, and they do it in this Auburn Greens complex.
This is not safe.
Shally Ia keeps her garage door closed, fearing what might happen if it's left open all day.
This will just be an open door policy and saying, welcome, take what you want.
A member of the board who did not want to speak on camera said the policy was enacted because of a resident who was allowing people to sleep in his or her garage.
I think they could have gone around this in a better, logical way, like, for example, maybe a monthly inspection.
The on-site manager closed its window and posted this sign as we pulled into the parking lot and didn't return our phone call. Until it is, Shally and others plan to keep their garage doors closed.
I swear to God, I don't have that wallet and I'm pregnant. Oh my God.
A store employee was caught on camera trying to steal a customer's purse, yet she insisted she didn't do it, using her pregnancy as an excuse. This happened on the night before Thanksgiving. She first pretended to walk by, then kicked the customer's green wallet under the counter and used a box to cover it. After the store owner discovered it, the police arrived. The girl kept saying, "I'm pregnant. I didn't take it." But the surveillance footage captured every step of her theft. But what truly shocked everyone wasn't that she tried to steal. It was how professionally she did it. When police played back the footage frame by frame, the entire room fell silent. She didn't accidentally bump it, didn't nudge it by mistake, and it wasn't a casual misstep. The whole sequence flowed like something she had practiced. Her movements were so skilled that people began to wonder, this can't be her first time. And that, "I'm pregnant, I swear I didn't take it," became painfully ironic when placed next to the evidence. Surveillance cameras are more honest than tears. The officer made it very clear. "Tonight is Thanksgiving Eve. I'm giving you a chance to hand it over. Otherwise, I can take you into custody right now." What do you think about this incident?
A man in South Carolina dressed up as a deer and ended up getting shot by hunters. Yes, this actually happened. According to local reports, the man put on a full deer costume and wandered into the woods during hunting season. Hunters in the area were actively looking for deer, saw movement, and fired, not realizing it was a person in a costume. People online are stunned, but also asking the obvious question, why would anyone walk into the woods dressed as a realistic deer during peak hunting season? Hunters said the costume looked real enough that from a distance it was impossible to tell the difference, and unfortunately the man was hit before anyone realized what was going on. The incident has now gone viral, and with some people criticizing the hunters, but most pointing out the very real danger of stepping into a hunting zone without proper awareness or safety gear. The takeaway? Do not enter hunting areas wearing anything that even remotely resembles wildlife. It's not a joke, it's not a prank, it's a life-threatening decision. Stay aware, stay safe, and definitely don't roleplay as a deer in a forest full of hunters.
Well, it's an unusual window to the world. A makeshift loft has popped up underneath an East Bay bridge.
As the people of Concord headed off to work this morning, there were others, literally beneath them, living in the shadows. A man named Tony lives under this bridge in a tent with a woman friend. Piles of trash have accumulated, but there is something unusual here. A tiny loft, complete with a window, has been built, almost like a bird's nest under the eaves.
I didn't even see him build it. It was just kind of there all of a sudden.
The occupants of the loft didn't want to go on camera today, but when pictures of the structure hit a local online news site and police got wind of it, everyone under the bridge got a 72-hour notice to leave. This afternoon, an outreach team from the county stopped by to offer help, but no one seemed interested, so they left. The director of Homeless Services says there's only so much they can do.
We offer shelter beds for them to come in out from underneath the bridge and get connected to services. They have options to go and to find other places to live, perhaps connect back to family.
You'd think if you order scallops, you'd get just that, scallops, right? Not always. We gathered samples of scallops from restaurants across the USA. Here at Fish House, a popular fish market in New York City, scallops are on prominent display. We ordered fried scallops. Then we sent them to Applied Food Technologies in Florida, where Molly Sims and her colleagues specialize in seafood DNA analysis. Guess what? The lab found there wasn't any scallop in the scallop.
My best guess to what they were is probably some sort of surimi type product.
Surimi? What the heck is that?
That is the surimi fish paste. So it's a bunch of goo that's shaped like a scallop to fool you.
Is this fish goo?
Fish goo.
He says unlike natural scallops, surimi is a less healthy paste, typically made up of cheap fish like pollock or whiting.
If it smells fishy, something's fishy going on. Literally, it is fake.
So I'm like, this ink is $33 online. It is showing up for $79 in store.
She discovered that a printer ink cartridge costs $79 in Walmart's physical store, while the same cartridge is only $33 online. However, the same printer with the cartridge included cost just $64. She asked the store to match the online price, but was told they couldn't do that. This isn't just a case of things being expensive. It's one of the most baffling pricing situations in American retail. The kind that makes you question reality. It means buying one ink cartridge is somehow more expensive than buying a whole new printer that already includes a cartridge. To figure out whether it was a labeling mistake, she asked customer service, "Aren't you supposed to match the online price?" The employee, expressionless, replied, "No, we do not price match online. We want customers to shop online instead of in-store." In the end, she really did pay $64 for the printer, just to take the ink cartridge out. The video went viral, quickly becoming the perfect example of what is happening to prices in America. What do you think? Is this a coincidence, a strategy, or outright exploitation of consumers?
The grass isn't always green in Irina Green's yard, thanks to a big tree that you can see in this drone video, and a drought that led the county to impose watering restrictions last year didn't help.
Looks like you got some pieces of sod here.
Green says her yard is far from the worst in Riverview's Creekview subdivision.
If you drive around my neighborhood, you'll see there's plenty of yards that are not up to par.
But so far, she's the only homeowner to actually go to jail for failing to keep her yard up to her HOA standards. It all started with notices from the HOA's management company.
And it went from the grass being brown to, there's a dent in my garage.
Dents too small to see from the road.
That was a part of my court case.
The HOA filed a lawsuit against Green in Hillsborough County Court, demanding she correct the violations. She represented herself, preparing handwritten explanations that the HOA and judge rejected.
Hundreds of golf balls raining down on this Kingston home, causing thousands of dollars in damage.
There's 26 windows that need to be replaced. The entire siding of the home has to be replaced.
The Tenzar family has lived here since 2017. They love the golf course view the Indian Pond Country Club provides, but an attorney representing the family says the hazards weigh heavily on their heart. He said the potential for damage is a part of the risk of living near the fairway, and that the club does have insurance to fix damage like what's seen at the Tenzar's house. The Tenzar's attorney says they declined that action because they wanted to prevent such a large number of golf balls from entering their property.
There's a lot of damage.
The judge on the case awarded the family $100,000 in damages and $3.5 million in emotional distress. Fees and interest bring the total to nearly $5 million. When asked why the family didn't just sell the house, the attorney said,
"It would be impossible to sell the house with that type of situation. The problem had to be solved."
A handwritten breaking news broadcast from a school bus is drawing widespread attention. A school bus version of breaking news, one that worked even better than the official channels. During the incident, a child inside the bus kept lifting paper notes to the rear window, reporting the situation ahead in real time like an on-scene reporter. What shocked viewers most was this. There were no sirens, no barricades, no roadblocks, not even a single official warning at the accident site. The driver behind the bus later recalled, "The children's notes were written in a rush, the handwriting shaky, clearly scribbled down in panic. If I hadn't seen those words, I would have kept driving, straight into the danger zone," he said. After the video went viral, people were stunned by the child's composure and equally stunned by the total absence of official communication. In the most critical few seconds, the only accurate information came from a kid sitting in the back row of a school bus. Some commenters said, "This is the school bus version of breaking news, faster than the authorities." And one thing everyone agreed on was this: those few pieces of paper truly changed a driver's fate.
A customer got upset because an all-you-can-eat fish fry didn't live up to its name.
It's false advertising.
Bill Wisseth has a beef with the all-you-can-eat fish fry at Chuck's Place in Thiensville. He was there Friday when the restaurant cut him off after he ate a dozen pieces.
We asked for more fish, and they refused to give us any more fish.
The restaurant says it was running out of fish and patience, arguing Bill has been a problem customer before. They sent him on his way with another 8 pieces, but that still wasn't enough. He was so fired up, he called the police. Why did you think you needed to call the police about it?
Well, because I think that people have to stand up for consumers.
And he wasn't done. He came back 2 days later with a picket sign. Elizabeth Remming is a waitress there and says they've tried to work with Bill over the years, like letting him have a tab he still hasn't paid off. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I've got a running account here.
Bill isn't backing down, saying his fish fry fight isn't over.
A family in Virginia mistakenly brought home the wrong golden retriever. So they dropped the dog off, named Emmy, at a doggy daycare. During that visit, they opted for the grooming service. Then they had their son pick up the dog at the end of the day. Well, initially the family said something was different, but they thought, it's just the haircut, right? Then they noticed other things. The cats started attacking the dog. Their dog does not normally lick faces, but this one did. And Emmy loved a certain neighbor, but the new dog, not their dog, didn't have much of a reaction to that neighbor. The family assumed the dog was sick, so they took the dog to the vet. Sure enough, the microchip scan proved that it was not Emmy.
So we just never even thought that would happen. And of course, we thought we would know, right? We're her parents. We would know something was wrong. We would know right off the bat that it wasn't Emmy.
The owners say they're not upset with the doggy daycare. They said it was easily a mistake. Apparently, Emmy does have that look-alike there.
A Somali immigrant employee at a Wendy Burger restaurant was fired after a customer complained that she was working barefoot. The incident happened earlier this week at a Wendy's location in the Midwest. A customer said he walked up to the counter to place an order and immediately noticed the female server had no shoes and no socks on. According to him, she was moving between the kitchen area and the register while completely barefoot. He said it made him lose his appetite, so he recorded a short clip and sent a complaint to Wendy's customer service. Management reacted quickly. A couple employees said the woman was taking into the office the same day and was told she could not continue working without shoes. When she explained that her feet were swollen from a possible pregnancy and regular shoes caused pain, managers still decided to remove her from her shift. By the next morning, she was officially terminated. Some people online defended her, saying she looked uncomfortable and needed support, not punishment. They said she was doing her job and not touching food with her feet, so the customer overreacted. Others insisted Wendy's followed company rules. They pointed out that bare feet in a fast food kitchen violates safety standards, risk injuries, and could create legal issues. The debate continues. What do you think about this situation?
Jeffrey Garcia, the legendary voice actor behind Sheen Estevez, has passed away at a hospital in Southern California. Doctors confirmed that his lungs had collapsed, and after multiple unsuccessful attempts to save him, life support was ultimately withdrawn. This year, he went through far more pain than anyone realized. In the spring, he suffered a brain aneurysm. A few months later, he had a stroke, and by late November, he was hospitalized again due to pneumonia. His body kept breaking down, but he never stopped working. Fans had no idea how much pain and struggle he was carrying behind those recent public appearances and voice projects. Born in 1975, Jeffrey won an Annie Award for his performance as Sheen in the 2001 film and its spin-off series. For decades, his voice accompanied an entire generation. From Sheen's chaotic energy to his ridiculous obsession with Ultralord, the character felt alive because of Jeffrey. And now, watching clips of Sheen again, every second feels like a goodbye. What he left behind wasn't just a character, it was our youth. And today, another piece of our childhood is gone. Which Sheen moment will you remember forever?
An airport staff member was fired after being filmed searching a baby, following complaints that she inspected an infant under 3 months old. The incident occurred earlier this week. It took place at a busy airport security checkpoint. The video shows a parent carrying a baby through security when staff proceeded to inspect the infant. The footage shows the baby remained in the parent's arms the entire time, yet was still required to undergo a security check. The person who filmed the video said the scene left them shocked and uncomfortable. The footage was later uploaded to social media and quickly drew widespread attention. Airport officials responded shortly after. In a statement, they said the search complied with existing security procedures and emphasized that staff had no improper intent and were simply performing their duties. However, the explanation did not ease the controversy. Many online users spoke out in support of the baby's family, arguing the search crossed a line. They pointed out that an infant poses no real security threat and that staff could have used a more appropriate and less intrusive approach. Others defended the airport, saying security procedures must apply equally to everyone. The debate over security and personal boundaries is still ongoing. What are your thoughts on this situation?
This lady made sure she got her money's worth at an all-you-can-eat sushi place, but she ended up paying a price. She landed in the hospital emergency room. Amber Cagliano explains how that happened.
This woman is really enjoying all-you-can-eat sushi. Danielle Shapiro devoured a whopping 32 pieces, among other Japanese favorites. But the 24-year-old from Mountain View, California soon realized she may have overdone it and was rushed to the hospital.
This is what Danielle ate during that all-you-can-eat sushi marathon. She started with miso soup, gyoza, jalapeno poppers, then moved on to a snow crab roll, a green dragon roll, a wakame roll, a California roll, and ended with edamame. That sure is a lot of food.
We didn't really notice a problem until afterwards, which definitely felt a lot of pain. I woke up the next day with extreme pain. I couldn't take deep breaths in and out.
A McDonald's employee in Tennessee was fired after customers reported that a black male employee repeatedly put his hand inside his underwear and scratched himself while preparing food. Several customers said they witnessed this behavior and that even after noticing people were watching, the employee continued his actions without any hesitation. The customers felt very uncomfortable and immediately filed a complaint with the restaurant. The restaurant quickly investigated the report and spoke with the employee. As a result, the employee was immediately removed from his shift and later fired for violating basic hygiene standards. The manager also refunded the customers who witnessed the incident and apologized for the situation. Some online users suggested that the employee might be a new immigrant who may not have fully adapted to US workplace standards and might not even understand how inappropriate his behavior was. However, as a globally recognized fast food brand, McDonald's should be responsible for providing strict training and supervision for its employees. Such irresponsible behavior directly affects the customer dining experience. If the management doesn't focus on hygiene, your fries might end up being a lot saltier.
More than 90% of the shrimp we eat is actually farm-raised overseas. And you may not know it by the way some restaurants advertise their seafood. So what about the shrimp you've ordered? Where does it really come from? We went to their Times Square location in New York and ordered this delicious-looking shrimp dish.
These are definitely Gulf shrimp.
But are they really? We sent our samples for analysis to 2 independent labs, and both agreed.
Definitely not Gulf shrimp.
So where are they from?
It's the most commonly farm-raised shrimp in the world. They're frequently farmed in Asia, South America, India, China.
So not the Gulf. On the Gulf. Here at Old Nola Cookery, the sign reads Authentic New Orleans Cuisine. So we asked.
This is from the Gulf. That's Gulf shrimp, yeah.
But the labs say that's simply not the case. Seed Consulting founder David Williams says found the majority of the shrimp they tested from hundreds of restaurants around the country were imported shrimp, even when the restaurants say they're from the Gulf.
Breaking news, starting June 11th, dark tinted windows on your car could cost you a fine, your license, or worse. A new law comes into effect in the United States and is striking fear into millions of drivers. From that day on, any vehicle with tinted windows, regardless of whether they were installed for safety, sun protection, or privacy, will automatically be considered suspicious. Authorities justify the measure by claiming that dark windows hinder officers' visibility and facilitate illegal activities, but behind that narrative lies a system of mass surveillance. AI-powered cameras will scan every car, and upon detecting tinted windows will issue fines of up to $100. 4 points will be added to your license and preventive detentions may be triggered. Not even mothers with children or night shift workers are exempt. Experts warn that this law is not about safety, but about control and fear. We're witnessing a modern-day witch hunt disguised as traffic regulation. Comment below, does this make you feel safer or more watched?
A woman at a Planet Fitness gym in Miami repeatedly attacked a male staff member following a physical interaction. She later claimed the contact was not accidental. The incident occurred earlier this week at a Planet Fitness location in Miami, Florida. According to witnesses, the male employee was working near the front desk when physical contact occurred between him and the woman. The woman immediately stated that the contact was intentional and accused the employee of crossing boundaries. Her emotions escalated quickly, and she began pushing and striking the staff member. The atmosphere became tense within seconds. Someone recorded the confrontation and uploaded the video to social media, where it quickly drew widespread attention and debate. Planet Fitness management later issued a response. They stated they are aware of the allegations and have launched an internal investigation. The employee involved denied any wrongdoing, saying the physical contact was accidental. During the escalation, the woman was also seen on video throwing objects toward the front counter. It is currently unclear whether police have formally become involved. The debate over boundaries, intent, and responsibility is still ongoing. What do you think about this situation?
They also threatened to pull it all up, which I said to them, go ahead, pull it up. We're not paying for it anyways.
Tracy Becker is examining the subpar paving job outside her Port Alberni business. New asphalt she didn't even want when a crew came knocking on her door nearly 2 weeks ago.
He came walking in and he said that he had some asphalt.
The asphalt was left over from a previous job and that his workers were already paid by that contract. He quoted a price of $9 a square foot at 4 inches thick. When they were about 3/4 finished the job, the man came to Tracy with the price.
Tilly told me it was going to be $28,000.
She says the price included another pad by the road, but it was far more than the smaller 4-inch thick pad that was supposed to be just outside the shop. She says she had signed a paper that they said was for insurance of some kind, which she highlighted herself on the form.
They threatened to put a lien on our business and take us to court.
So she phoned 911.
I told them that we've got some guys here. They're trying to scam me. And so I went off on that. And as I did that, they took off.
The video begins with 2 women and a child seated at a pizza parlor. Seconds later, the suspect is seen storming into the restaurant and grabbing the child. The owner, who acted swiftly, anonymously detailed the encounter.
We were sitting outside and there were other customers here. There was a lady with her 2 kids. And I noticed that there was a guy running in the shop from outside. He ran into the shopping center. And when I saw him coming towards us is when my guard went up. So as soon as I saw him come towards the restaurant and jump over is when I stood up and intervened. At the time, my only thought was I need to save this child. And the only way to do that was to restrain him in such a way that he would let go of the child. The child was traumatized. She was actually hysterical and she couldn't control herself. And she was about 6 years old probably. But yeah, she was really hysterical and they were here for quite some time before they actually calmed down and they could leave.
The 24-year-old suspect is currently in police custody.
A female nail salon employee was fired after charging a customer $765 for a nail service. The customer said the price was not clearly explained before the service began. The incident occurred earlier this week at a nail salon in the United States. She said she believed it was a standard nail appointment. There was no visible price list, no cost breakdown, and no warning that the final total would be unusually high. Only after the service was completed was the bill presented. The total, $765. The customer immediately questioned the charge and refused to pay the full amount. After that, the situation escalated. The customer said the nail technician stopped the service on the spot and cut off and removed her nails, with the entire process happening in front of others. Someone recorded the incident, and the video was later uploaded online. Management was notified shortly afterward, and the nail technician involved was later fired by the salon. By the next day, the video had spread across social media, sparking intense discussion. Some people believe charges this high must be clearly explained in advance. Others argue that once a service begins, payment should be completed. So far, the nail salon has not released a detailed public statement. The debate over pricing transparency and how disputes should be handled is still ongoing.
A long-lost Christmas present from 46 years ago.
He was helping his parents renovate their home when he removed part of a bathroom wall and saw a neatly wrapped package covered in dust. So what was it? Turns out it was a long-lost gift from more than 4 decades ago.
And what he found inside was a shock.
This is inside the wall. And look what I find. That's my Christmas present.
That's right, a long-lost Christmas present from 46 years ago. Tim King is now 53. He was a kid just 6 years old in 1978 when his parents got him the gift. Just look at that bright red gift wrapping paper. It's adorned with Donald Duck and other Disney characters. And look, Mom even wrote his name right there on the paper. He can't wait to find out what's inside.
Oh my gosh! Thunderjets.
It's a set of Thunderjets made by Matchbox, still in its original packaging. We spoke to Tim and his mom, Ruth Ann, about the incredible find.
An elderly female Target employee was publicly harassed simply for wearing a Charlie Kirk strap. The incident took place at a Target store in Chino, California. The woman targeted was an elderly employee known as Miss Jeannie, who was working her shift at the time and wearing a shirt printed with Charlie Kirk's name. A woman identified as Michela Ponce approached her and immediately took issue with her. She began questioning and criticizing Miss Jeannie, attempting to force her to respond or justify what she was wearing. In the video, the change in tone is clearly audible. Her voice grows louder. Profanity begins. Throughout the entire encounter, Miss Jeannie remained calm. She did not argue, did not escalate the situation. After the video was uploaded, the situation quickly reversed. Viewers widely agreed that this was emotional harassment in a public workplace. The woman who harassed the employee, Michela Ponce, was later identified as a healthcare worker at Inlow Medical Center in Northern California. As the incident gained attention, she was placed on leave and ultimately terminated. Do you think that customers have the right to publicly criticize and intimidate those who are merely performing their duties normally?
An alert from police. Someone is taking $1 bills and turning them into $100 bills.
A cashier at Ohana Foods Hilo had a feeling something was off when a woman handed her a $100 bill on Saturday.
And she proceeded to tell me that it's an old bill. But I had an old bill in one of our tip jars. And so I pulled out the old bill on the side and I was like, okay, it looks different. It's more of like a yellowish tone versus as the bill she gave me, it was black.
Ramos marked the bill with the counterfeit pen. Yellow means real currency, so she was confused.
I lifted it up one more time and that's when I noticed the faded $1 marking. And I told her, I was like, this is a counterfeit bill. It's not $100 and I'm not able to give it back to you. I will have to report it to the HPD.
The woman gave Ramos another $100 bill, saying the money was from her payroll, but Ramos saw that it was fake too.
A woman was fired after causing a disturbance at Hazy, a bar in San Francisco, but the real winner turned out to be Strava. I'm definitely not the only person who didn't know what Strava was until I saw that drunk girl. Video footage shows that Shireen Afkari and her partner were already intoxicated when they entered the restaurant, and the manager refused to continue serving them. Shireen immediately got into an argument with the manager and claimed she was being harassed when asked to leave. Another video, filmed from a different angle, shows her attempting to attack an off-duty female server who was sitting at the bar. After the footage went viral, Strava's response speed was widely viewed by users as a corporate response template. The company moved quickly to cut ties, clearly stating that Shireen Afkari was no longer an employee. Ironically, the negative incident ended up giving Strava unprecedented exposure. Many users said they learned what Strava was for the first time because of this incident. One person paid a professional price for losing control. Meanwhile, a company that reacted quickly ended up gaining points in the court of public opinion. Who do you think is at fault?
Why is it okay for women to say, oh, you're 5 feet on dating site? You should be dead? That's okay?
A female employee at a cake shop was fired for mocking Diego Pavia for being only 5 feet tall. According to Diego Pavia, he was placing an order inside the shop when the employee commented on his height in front of other customers using language that carried a clear tone of mockery. The exchange was later recorded and uploaded to social media. After the video surfaced, it quickly sparked controversy. The cake shop soon issued a response, confirming that the employee involved is no longer working at the store. The shop stated that the behavior did not meet its service standards, nor its principles of respect toward customers. Online reactions have been sharply divided. Some argue that no matter who the person is, appearance or height should never be a reason for ridicule, especially in a service setting. Others believe it was an inappropriate joke that crossed a line, but not necessarily one that should have led to termination. As of now, the cake shop has not disclosed whether it will make further changes to employee training or service guidelines. What is clear, however, is that the video has made many people reconsider where the boundary truly lies when it comes to words spoken in the workplace. What do you think?
It's being called the biggest copper wiring theft in our state's history. Thieves made off with thousands of feet of copper wiring from right under the State Department of Transportation's nose.
Judging by the extent of what was stolen, the DOT says the thieves were working underneath the freeway for weeks.
It looks like an ordinary day on the H3 freeway. Lights are working and traffic flowing, but right underneath the deck of this viaduct is the scene of the largest copper heist the State Department of Transportation has ever seen.
The bridge inspectors went this week to inspect the bridge, and when they went inside the box girder itself, they found a lot of the wire was taken.
So far, the DOT says more than 6 miles of the copper wiring network was stripped away. The wiring provided lights and power to the inspectors so they could check the structural integrity of the freeway.
We inspected that area 2 years ago, and everything was fine then. So it just happened it's kind of recent.
HPD's criminal investigation team went down to check it out as as well. Inspectors say it doesn't look like a one-man job.
It seems like someone who's done this before. There are tools in it.
In the dark.
We're going to have to use flashlights and bring some lanterns and things. It just makes it a little harder.
Taco Bell employee refuses to return customers' change. Shocking behavior exposed at Taco Bell. Macalenes paid $35 for her meal, but she only received $5 in change instead of the $74 she was owed. When she pointed out the mistake, the employee didn't apologize. Instead, she argued with her and completely ignored her complaint. The shocking incident was filmed by Macalenes and uploaded online, immediately sparking widespread discussion and outrage. More and more people began demanding accountability for the employee, stating that such attitude and behavior are completely unacceptable. The confrontation in the video is clear. The employee not only failed to correct the mistake, but also acted very impatiently, completely disregarding the customer's reasonable request. If we paid a few cents less, they would withhold our food. This double standard is infuriating. Many people believe this isn't just bad service, but a complete disrespect toward customers. This employee doesn't deserve to work in customer service, is the consensus among netizens. What do you think?
Delta flight headed for Spain was forced to turn around because of an unfortunate situation.
Negative. It's just a biohazard issue. We've had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so they want us to come back to Atlanta.
All the way through the airplane, yeah. Sadly, for those passengers, the diarrhea was not contained to the bathroom.
Oh, my goodness.
It happened about 2 hours into the flight. After making an emergency landing, everybody was transferred to a different plane. Delta says the original plane was deep cleaned and described the moment as a, quote, medical issue. That people were trying to spray vanilla, it didn't work. Secretly, I hope that this person who had the emergency, did something, or maybe you broke up with your girlfriend over text.
Was this a medical condition?
It's a medical.
Why did they have
this poor person
such severe diarrhea?
I mean, you feel for the passengers, of course, but that's at the very least just mortifying.
Y'all threw her bone. Y'all didn't even give it a chance.
A hospital staff member lost a portion of a patient's skull during a surgical procedure and was later fired by the hospital. The hospital's initial form of compensation, however, was a $25 gas station gift card. The incident occurred at a hospital in Michigan, USA. According to the patient, after the surgery, she was informed that a portion of her skull was temporarily unaccounted for. It wasn't damaged, it wasn't replaced, it was simply missing. She stated that the hospital did not immediately provide a detailed medical explanation, nor did it clearly outline the potential risks. They only said an internal review was underway. Shortly afterward, she was given a $25 gas station gift card as compensation. This response shocked the patient and prompted her to question the hospital's handling of the situation. After the incident became public, hospital management quickly intervened. Ultimately, one doctor involved in the case was officially dismissed by the hospital. Some online commenters believe the dismissal was necessary, but far from sufficient. They question why such a serious medical error was initially treated as nothing more than a routine dispute. The debate is still ongoing. What do you think?
A viral video showing damaged mannequins inside a supermarket has sparked widespread speculation online, drawing nearly 4 million views and prompting a police response. The video was posted by a woman named Tia, who says she was shopping with friends when they noticed something unusual about several mannequins on display. In the footage, paint appears to be peeling from the mannequins' hands, revealing a material underneath that Tia claims did not look like plastic or rubber. She described it as resembling human skin, a detail that immediately alarmed her group. Tia says they approached store employees to report their concerns. Staff members reportedly remained calm and explained that the mannequins were old and that the appearance was simply paint wearing away over time. However, Tia and her friends were not convinced. According to Tia, the group eventually contacted police. She claims officers responded to the store and removed the mannequins for further examination.
That's when Richard Gilson started hitting glass outside his Jersey Shore home.
That was actually in the ground, this jar.
Near the glass was what he thought were root balls. He tossed them to the side, but days later discovered something strange about the object.
One of those root balls popped up. Lo and behold, it wasn't a root ball. It was actually
$1,000 wrapped in burlap. These are $100 rolls of 10s and 20s. And, he had them all wrapped up in a $1,000 bundle.
There were 2 wads of cash dating back to 1934.
When we looked it up, the value of $2,000 back in 1934 was $40,000.
Initially, Gilson thought the money must have been tied to a bank robbery some 9 decades earlier, but learned the property was owned by a James Dempsey during the Great Depression, and that the owner had asked his daughter to bury the money somewhere in the front yard.
It's a lot of money, but it's not life-changing, obviously. I think the story's more interesting, the history of the fact that this fella did this 90-some years ago, and people had asked me, what are you going to do with it?
So if you haven't been paying attention, Jack Dorsey and his crew got into a fight with former UFC heavyweight champion Andre Arlovski at the Jake Paul fight last night. When I say Jack Dorsey and his crew, no, I just mean his crew. Now, I don't know why they fought because the beginning of the clip lags, but you see them cross paths. It lags for a second and then the fight just breaks out. And here's the thing, the security threw 2 punches and he realized he was in over his head and he would have got folded. So he just took a step back and let his minions go at Andre. And the dude was like a father disciplining his kids. He was dog walking them the entire time, just kicking and punching them off of him. And it got to a point where he ended up choosing to be the bigger person. He was already the bigger person, but he takes a step away, he lets them go, and as they're walking away, they're flicking him off and taunting him as if they beat him in a fight. And in reality, they did no damage to him. Jack Dorsey will forever be a corn, bro. Whenever I see Jack Dorsey on my timeline, he's just getting embarrassed, bro. Imagine everywhere you go, you get clowned or some type of problem breaks out, bro. I don't know how he even got to 2025, but we need to leave him here. 2026, I do not want to see Jack Dorsey. Other than that, no! Let me know your thoughts in the comments, I'm curious.
Leah Palmella died after falling inside an abandoned building in Atlanta. Police confirmed that she was pronounced dead around 1 a.m. The cause of her death remains troubling. Was it an accident or was there something more? On the night of the incident, Leah Palmella entered the building with several friends to explore. Shortly afterward, she fell from a height of about 5 stories and was critically injured. Emergency responders arrived at the scene quickly, but she ultimately did not survive. Investigators stated that there is currently no direct evidence of third-party involvement. The case has been preliminarily classified as an accident. However, many details surrounding her death have yet to be fully explained. The building has been vacant for years. It was formerly the site of the Georgia Mental Health Institute. It was later purchased by Emory University. Although no longer in use, it has been frequently trespassed. This is partly because the location has been used as a filming site for popular movies and TV productions. What appears to be a simple urban exploration can, in the darkness, hide very real dangers. Leah Palmella's death has once again sparked discussion about the safety of abandoned locations. Do you think this was really just an accident? Call of Duty creator Vince Zampella reportedly died in a car accident on Sunday at the age of 55. According to sources familiar with the situation, the crash occurred on a mountain highway near Los Angeles, where the vehicle suddenly lost control and struck a concrete barrier before catching fire. Vince Zampella was trapped inside the vehicle while another passenger was ejected from the car and later pronounced dead at the hospital. Vince Zampella is widely regarded as one of the figures who reshaped modern first-person shooter games. The projects he helped create accompanied an entire generation of players and inspired countless others to enter the gaming industry. Even if you don't recognize his name, there's a strong chance you know him through the games he worked on. He previously worked on Medal of Honor, founded Infinity Ward, created Apex Legends, and was also involved in leading the Battlefield franchise. As of now, no official statement has been released, and the public is awaiting further updates from police and official sources. Until all details are confirmed, may Vince Zampella rest in peace.
Santa Claus is real.
Santa Claus is real. Yes, you heard that right. Numerous images of Santa Claus have been recorded in cities across the United States in recent days. From New York and Los Angeles to Texas and Florida, social media is buzzing with activity. Videos show Santa sitting on a sleigh pulled by reindeer flying through the air. Some videos show a man in his familiar red suit and long white beard appearing unexpectedly on the streets, in shopping malls, and even in front of people's homes at night. What's chilling for many is that most of these images weren't staged, but were extracted from security cameras or recorded by passers-by. Many witnesses claim they didn't see any advertising or film crews around. The online community quickly split into 2 camps. One side believes these are simply Christmas costumes. The other side believes that Santa Claus is real and will appear precisely during the biggest holiday of the year. Is this just a coincidence? Or is a real Christmas miracle happening? What do you think? Leave a comment and stay tuned for further developments.
Beloved TikTok creator Epic Gamer Grandma has passed away at the age of 78. The news was confirmed by her grandson on Instagram, who shared that she passed away peacefully on December 21st, surrounded by family. In the weeks leading up to her passing, he had been posting regular health updates for concerned followers. Back in October, she was hospitalized after complications related to COPD, and her condition remained fragile in the months that followed. But online, she was never defined by illness. She became a viral sensation by doing something simple yet unexpected, playing video games with genuine joy at an age most people never associate with gaming. No flashy setups, no forced trends, just warmth, humor, and presence. She challenged stereotypes without ever trying to. She showed millions that connection doesn't expire with age. To many fans, she wasn't just a creator on their feed. She felt like a familiar voice, someone who made the internet feel softer and more human. Since the announcement, tributes have flooded her comments, with people sharing how her videos helped them through lonely or difficult days. Rest in peace, Epic Gamer Grandma.
Former Nickelodeon star Tyler Chase is once again at the center of growing concern after being spotted living on the streets, visibly disheveled and struggling. The Riverside Police Department confirms they are very familiar with Chase, saying officers interact with him at least once a week. They describe him as calm, kind, and non-aggressive, but also say he has consistently refused offers of housing, treatment, and assistance. His mother, Paula, has since spoken publicly, revealing that Tyler has long struggled with serious mental health issues, possibly compounded by addiction. She explains that he is unable to manage money, often loses his belongings, and that giving him cash directly may actually worsen the situation rather than help it. In recent months, viral videos have led to waves of public donations, but despite the support, Chase remains unhoused. Now, help has come from someone who understands this path all too well. Former child star Shaun Weiss, best known for The Mighty Ducks and Heavyweights, has stepped in. Weiss, who has openly shared his own past experiences with homelessness and addiction, personally arranged a motel room for Chase and connected him with a treatment facility in San Clemente, California, where a bed is reportedly waiting. In newly surfaced footage, Weiss is seen walking Chase through the room, ensuring he has shelter, privacy, and a place to rest. The moment is quiet, respectful, and deeply human, one survivor offering help to another without judgment or spectacle.
He's a country star and now a hero. When Taylor Holder's barn went up in flames, trapping all his animals inside, he immediately jumped into action. He spoke with Les Trent about how he saved all his four-legged friends before firefighters even got there.
A barn is going up in flames, and there are animals trapped inside. A desperate effort follows to save them, and the dude trying to kick through the fence is none other than country music star Taylor Holder. This is how you're used to seeing him, performing for a throng of fans. But on this day, he was desperate to save the goats, a pig, and other animals on his farm outside Nashville. He jumps the fence and begins to pass the animals to his girlfriend, Zoe.
Okay, come on, baby.
As he and a friend try to douse the flames with buckets of water, their brave efforts worked. They brought the fire under control, and within minutes, the fire department pulled up.
It was the scariest thing I've ever seen.
We spoke to Taylor Holder today. You saved the animals, you saved the barn.
Here's these guys right here. They're all coming out. Look at them. They're chilling right now, dude. Just bouncing around everywhere.
This McDonald's parking lot in Brooklyn, New York. Their sign says if you're not a customer, you can get towed if you leave the premises for any reason or length of time. And holy cow, do they mean it. The moment Inside Edition producer Matt Troutman parked his car and walked off to another store, there's the tow truck. Are you kidding me? This tow truck driver rolled in and hooked the car.
This took 3 minutes for Matt's car to get towed.
And when our producer Katie Taylor parked her car in the same McDonald's parking lot, the same thing happened.
Let's see how long this takes.
8 minutes later, the tow truck driver was back.
Wow.
So how does he know just when to strike? Because he's lurking around the corner waiting for a call.
from this spotter who's hanging out at the McDonald's. Here comes one of the spotters right now from inside the McDonald's.
Sure enough, here comes the tow truck. So where did our producer's towed car end up? It was hauled here to Cyclone City.
A woman permanently lost her 10-year-old sister because of a simple joke. It all began as a family prank. The father was present at the time. The woman suggested that her father record a video. The idea was to lock herself inside a sofa bed. Her younger sister was lying on that sofa bed at the time. When the sofa was folded shut, the intention was simply to create a funny moment. At the beginning, everything was done for one reason: to gain some attention on social media. No one at the scene immediately realized there was a problem. Some people were laughing. Others thought it was just a harmless joke. But very quickly, the situation spiraled out of control. The sofa bed could not be reopened. No release mechanism could be found, and it could not be taken apart in time. The little girl trapped inside began to struggle to breathe. By the time everyone realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Hours later, the tragedy unfolded. The girl ultimately lost her life. After the incident was exposed, it sparked widespread discussion online. Some questioned why no one stopped it in time. Others reflected on whether creating dangerous situations for views is ever worth it. What do you think?
You were relentless. You stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed until he was dead.
Update. This was not a random robbery. This was a organized hit. As you guys know, social media has been reacting to the 3 men that dressed up as UPS drivers so that they could rob a family, then proceeded to take the lives of the 3 adults in front of the 2 children. News is not reporting that the dad was the plug, that they knew him. It's stated that the dad was under investigation by local and federal authorities for trafficking illegal substances. That explains why he said to dad's name, why the house has so many cameras inside of it. And as far as dressing up as UPS men, no matter what they found in that house, no matter how much money they got, they were always planning on making brother go bye-bye. That's not an excuse for what they did. They traumatized 2 children for the rest of their lives. Bro, if that little kid did not grab his brother, I feel like they'll try to get the kids. I feel like under the jail is not enough. Regardless, court has started for them. We will figure out more information soon.
Former Nickelodeon star Tyler Chase is once again at the center of growing concern after being spotted living on the streets, visibly disheveled and struggling. The Riverside Police Department confirms they are very familiar with Chase, saying officers interact with him at least once a week. They describe him as calm, kind, and non-aggressive, but also say he has consistently refused offers of housing, treatment, and assistance. His mother, Paula, has since spoken publicly, revealing that Tyler has long struggled with serious mental health issues, possibly compounded by addiction. She explains that he is unable to manage money, often loses his belongings, and that giving him cash directly may actually worsen the situation rather than help it. In newly surfaced footage, Weiss is seen walking Chase through the room, ensuring he has shelter, privacy, and a place to rest. The moment is quiet, respectful, and deeply human, one survivor offering help to another without judgment or spectacle.
Absolutely devastating news coming out of the Big Brother community today. Big Brother 27 contestant Mickey Lee has died. This is according to a statement shared by her family and friends over on her Instagram page. In a statement, they said, "With profound sadness, the family of Mickey Lee announces her transition on Christmas in the early evening." You may remember earlier this week, Mickey's family shared a GoFundMe on her Instagram page and announced that Mickey recently suffered a series of cardiac arrests following complications from the flu. She was in the ICU in critical but stable condition at the time. In the statement, family said Mickey captured the hearts of audiences nationwide through her appearance on Big Brother, where her authenticity, strength, and spirit left a lasting impression on fans and fellow cast members alike. She will be remembered for the joy she brought into the lives of so many and for the genuine connections she formed both on and off the screen. They continued, "The family extends their deepest gratitude to everyone who has offered prayers, love, and support during this incredibly difficult time. Your kindness has been felt and is sincerely appreciated." They concluded, "As the family mourns this tremendous loss, they respectfully request privacy during this critical time of bereavement. Details regarding memorial services and arrangements will be shared at a later date. Mickey's light, legacy and impact will never be forgotten. Rest in peace, Mickey, and sending all of my thoughts and prayers to her loved ones during this incredibly difficult time.
A cashier at a sneaker store was fired for forcing a customer out of the store. The incident took place at a sneaker shop located at 11 East 38th Street in the United States. That day, a woman was checking out when she noticed an additional 7% tax had been added to her bill. She immediately questioned the charge, repeatedly asking why the total was higher than the listed price, and stated that she had not been clearly informed in advance of the final amount. At first, the cashier responded that it was a standard tax rate that all customers were required to pay. As the argument continued, the atmosphere in the store became noticeably tense. Witnesses said the cashier began to lose emotional control, with their tone turning impatient and agitated. Shortly afterward, the cashier abruptly stopped the transaction and, in front of other customers, ordered the woman to leave the store. The store later launched an internal investigation. Management stated that the employee failed to follow proper service procedures when handling the conflict. In the end, the cashier was officially terminated. A 7% tax fee ended up costing someone their job. If you were involved, what would you have done?
For many of those passenger ships are like a second home. But for one woman, the ocean liner is her only home.
Aboard the Crystal Serenity, she's known simply as Mama Lee, and she's been living there for the past 8 years.
I don't have to shop. I don't have to cook. I don't have to do anything. I do what I want, when I want, if I want.
She and her late husband Mason took nearly 100 cruises together before he died in 1997.
The last thing he ever said to me, this was the day before he died, "Don't you quit cruising." I started frequent cruising, but I got very, very tired of packing and unpacking. So I said, there's got to be a better way to do this.
Mama Lee sold her house in Florida, along with her car and most of her belongings, and never looked back.
I'm now a great-grandmother, and my grandchildren are having children, but I don't want to be there every minute for that. I love babies, but they grow up.
Mama Lee has now done more than 240 cruises around the world and visited hundreds of different ports.
A young girl was injured on the first day New York City introduced its new subway gates after one of the gates closed on her face. Her family has now filed a lawsuit against the subway system, seeking $200,000 in compensation. The girl and her father were taking their usual subway trip when they noticed the station had installed new ticket gates. The gates are designed to stop fare evasion. If the system detects someone closely following another passenger, the doors shut quickly. Both the father and daughter paid for their rides and attempted to pass through the gate together. Because they were unfamiliar with the new system, they stood too close to each other. Before the girl had fully passed through, the gate suddenly closed and struck her face. Her face quickly became swollen. The father said he was shocked and angry. He claimed on-duty staff did not offer medical help and only told them to step back. The father later decided to file a lawsuit against the subway authority, arguing the system is unsafe. Some people say parents should not be expected to leave their child standing alone while a gate opens, calling the design dangerous. Others worry about what could happen to parents pushing strollers. However, some writers say the new gates finally stop people who try to sneak through without paying and believe the system is necessary. What do you think?
A 19-year-old girl from Texas mysteriously disappeared outside her home on Christmas Eve. The police are currently conducting a search and have stated that she has been listed as possibly in danger. The last time 19-year-old Camila Olmos was seen was around 6:58 a.m. on Wednesday when she left her residence in the 11,000 block of San Antonio, Caspian Springs. Surveillance footage captured Camila walking straight towards her car, attempting to search for something inside. However, the surveillance footage suddenly interrupted, and her whereabouts and subsequent fate became a mystery. The police pointed out that Camila should have left on foot because the vehicle was still parked in place, and Camila only carried the car key with her. The authorities have currently mobilized aviation forces and various other resources to carry out large-scale search operations. Camila's mother said that she had tried to call her daughter's phone, but it turned off. In addition, she also contacted her daughter's boyfriend and father, both of whom said they had not seen Camila or received any messages from her. On Christmas Day, a large number of relatives and friends spontaneously organized a search for Camila, but unfortunately, no traces related to her have been found so far. Camila was last seen wearing light blue pajamas, shorts, a black hoodie, and white shoes. If you have any clues about Camila's whereabouts, please contact the police immediately.
An Ohio woman explained on social media why she won't be giving gifts to her 4 grandchildren this Christmas. Tammy Kelton told her audience,
"Another Christmas is right around the corner where I will not be buying gifts for my grandchildren."
For dramatic effect, Kelton added,
"You think you hate me, don't you?"
She then explained the reasoning behind her stance. She believes Christmas gift spending is excessively costly and pointless. Americans will spend an average of $1,007 on gifts this year. Kelton's holiday spending aligns with this figure, and her 4 grandchildren won't be lacking presents.
My grandchildren have 9 grandparents or sets of grandparents, and they have their mom and dad, and they have their aunts and uncles who buy them all the toys, all the things.
Since their birth, she has set up custodial investment accounts for each grandchild. She contributes fixed amounts monthly on birthdays and at Christmas.
So every month I invest a flat amount, and then every birthday they get a bonus, and every Christmas they get a bonus.
Breaking news, Jaden Smith has been diagnosed with cancer following months of worsening symptoms that were initially described as routine growing pains. According to these accounts, Smith experienced persistent back pain, weakness in his legs, and increasing physical discomfort. The reports state that Smith sought medical attention multiple times and was initially advised that the symptoms were normal and would resolve over time. As the pain reportedly intensified, concern from his family grew. The accounts claim that his parents, Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith, requested further testing, including an MRI. The same reports allege that imaging revealed tumors in multiple areas of his body, including the spine, spleen, kidneys, lungs, and stomach, indicating a serious and aggressive illness. It has been claimed that doctors have not yet confirmed the exact type of cancer. As of now, there has been no official confirmation from Jaden Smith, his family, or medical representatives regarding these claims. No verified medical statements have been released, and the information remains unconfirmed.
Costco's return policy is being abused. Just days after Christmas, unusual scenes appeared at Costco return counters. Large numbers of customers began returning Christmas trees that had already been fully used. Not unopened, not defective, but trees that were displayed for the entire holiday and then brought back once Christmas was over. Along with the trees, large items like sofas and furniture were also returned, many showing clear signs of use. These Christmas trees have no further resale value. Costco's return policy is built on trust. The basic assumption is simple. Customers won't intentionally exploit the rules. But now, that trust is being treated as a loophole. For some people, a Christmas tree is no longer a product. It's a holiday rental. A system designed to be customer-friendly is slowly being worn down by the actions of a few. Do you see this as smart consumer behavior or something that's breaking the trust for everyone? Share your thoughts in the comments. Environmental journalist Tatiana Schlossberg has passed away at the age of 35. She was the granddaughter of former U.S. President John F. Kennedy. About a month ago, Tatiana publicly shared her diagnosis. She had been diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia and described it as a terminal diagnosis. Her passing did not come without warning. It was the result of a life forced to confront its ending far too early. Many people know the Kennedy family for power, history, and legacy. Tatiana will be remembered in a very different way. She was a journalist deeply focused on environmental and climate issues, writing about land, resources, consumption, and how humanity is slowly exhausting its future. Her writing was never loud, but it consistently pointed to some of the heaviest realities of our time. Even if you don't recognize her name, you may have read her work, shared it, or been influenced by the ideas she put into the world. At this time, the family has not released further details and has asked for privacy. May Tatiana Schlossberg rest in peace. The ideas, words, and impact she left behind will not disappear with her passing.
They also threatened to pull it all up, which I said to them, go ahead, pull it up. We're not paying for it anyways.
Tracy Becker is examining the subpar paving job outside her Port Alberni business. New asphalt she didn't even want when a crew came knocking on her door nearly 2 weeks ago.
He came walking in and he said that he had some asphalt.
The asphalt was left over from a previous job and that his workers were already paid by that contract. He quoted a price of $9 a square foot at 4 inches thick. When they were about 3/4 finished the job, the man came to Tracy with the price.
Tilly told me it was going to be $28,000.
She says the price included another pad by the road, but it was far more than the smaller 4-inch thick pad that was supposed to be just outside the shop. She says she had signed a paper that they said was for insurance of some kind, which she highlighted herself on the form.
They threatened to put a lien on our business and take us to court.
So she phoned 911.
I told them that we've got some guys here. They're trying to scam me. And so I went off on that. And as I did that, they took off.
She's the single mom with 2 kids. And that one-car garage, that's where she lives. You heard right. Nicole Jones and her children are forced to live in a garage right in the middle of one of America's wealthiest zip codes, Silicon Valley.
This is the garage.
Nicole, who's a bartender, pays $1,000 a month for the converted garage in San Mateo, California.
I know it's a garage, but this was nicer than everything that I had looked at. That was almost twice this price.
Nicole says she can no longer afford to live in the area, where the average rent tops $3,000 a month. Employees from companies like Apple and Google searching for housing had pushed rents into the stratosphere. Nicole's cramped garage home is only 250 square feet, but big enough to hold her bed in the Bay Area.
It breaks your heart because these people don't know you.
She says all the publicity has spooked her landlord. She's afraid he'll evict her, leaving her and her children homeless.
Where's my fucking money, motherfucker?
A major controversy has erupted in New York City's Diamond District. The owner of Trax NYC, Maksud Agajani, publicly confronted Ake Diamonds after a customer was allegedly scammed using the Trax NYC name. The customer believed they were purchasing a 14-karat white gold bracelet, but independent testing later revealed that the bracelet was only 10-karat gold, resulting in a significant loss in gold value. According to the allegations, employees at Ake Diamonds falsely claimed an affiliation with Trax NYC in order to gain the customer's trust. Despite the bracelet's quality and price not matching the description, a receipt labeled 14-karat white gold was still issued. Agajani entered Ake Diamonds with cameras rolling, presented the receipt, and accused the store of damaging his brand and misleading customers. The confrontation was recorded and quickly spread online. Experts note that most consumers are unable to visually distinguish between different gold carats, especially when it comes to white gold. With gold prices currently high, the financial losses caused by misrepresentation can be substantial.
Here at the Ripley Walmart, Heather Bench comes in every week with a plan.
We're going to get some soda, some water, and some trash bags.
And whatever else Michaela decides she wants. So we're following her lead.
Yes.
Her daughter sometimes has her own list that mom doesn't know about.
Okay.
This shopping cart has made this a whole lot easier for them and other special needs families.
Here, I'll hold this.
Before,
you get in.
Michaela was forced to climb in. Now she gets strapped into a Caroline's cart.
She doesn't get as overwhelmed. She can still interact with me while I face her, and I can go shopping and get the groceries.
Thanks to manager Jada Saeed.
She was explaining to me about her daughter and her conditions, and I kind of took a look at her daughter, and immediately I wanted to do whatever I could to help her.
And she did. Within a few months, Jada called and told Heather the good news.
It was a big relief because usually in the special needs community, you have to continuously ask for the things that your child wants or needs, and that journey can get very exhausting.
Latest updates show that Trax NYC has formally filed a lawsuit against Ake Diamonds, seeking $1.5 million in damages. According to the court filing, the statements in question were not personal opinions, but commercial attacks aimed at a competitor, allegedly amounting to defamation and economic harm. The situation then escalated further. As the conflict continued to unfold, individuals connected to Ake Diamonds were arrested by police, and law enforcement has officially stepped in. While authorities have not released full details, this move signals a clear shift from an industry dispute to a case involving legal accountability and public safety. Trax NYC's stance remains firm. People close to the company say there will be no withdrawal and no compromise. Let the court define where responsibility lies. On the other side, Ake Diamonds has yet to issue a full official statement, with only scattered responses and extended silence so far. The case is still developing. Whether more individuals will be implicated or the investigation will expand further will be the key points to watch next.
Police recently discovered that a woman named Lisa Carter had been living in a house in Indianapolis for 9 years without paying a single dollar in rent. 10 years ago, Lisa was working for a real estate company when her boss offered her a unique deal. She could live in one of the company-owned homes for free as long as she remained employed there. Lisa chose a 3-bedroom house and moved in. She assumed a formal lease would come later, but everything changed when her boss was sent to prison for mortgage fraud and the company collapsed. Still, Lisa stayed in the house and no one followed up. Unaware the home was occupied, the city listed it for auction. Lisa tried to buy it at a low price multiple times, but each auction was mysteriously canceled. Recently, a company from Singapore finally purchased the property. The surprising twist, the new owner told CBS this morning they want Lisa to stay. After discovering the roof had started leaking, the company offered to fix it and work out a formal lease agreement. This time, however, rent will be due. But at least Lisa gets to stay and start a new chapter legally.
YouTuber Drumzy has just confirmed that his close friend Illy has passed away. The news has quickly sent shockwaves through the creator community. Illy's real name was Katie. She became known to many viewers through Drumzy's VR chat videos. She was never the main character, but she was one of the most important presences on the channel. Illy had been living with cystic fibrosis, a condition that shaped her entire adult life. Last week, she suffered sudden complications and was rushed to the hospital. Doctors later informed her family that there were no further treatment options available. She was kept sedated and comfortable to ensure she was not in pain. Illy ultimately passed away peacefully in her sleep. She did not leave a public farewell message. Instead, Illy's mother spoke through Drumzy. She thanked everyone who followed, cared about, and remembered Illy. She said it was that support that gave her daughter a life filled with joy, dignity, and meaning. Illy left, but what she left behind was not regret, but rather the traces of being remembered. R.I.P. Illy. Katie.
A black woman went on a first date with a man and ordered 3 to-go meals for her 3 children. She didn't pay for them herself. She directly told the man to cover the bill. According to the man afterward, they met on a dating app, and this was their first time meeting in person. He thought it would just be a normal date. But not long after they sat down, the woman started ordering food, not for herself. She ordered 3 separate takeout meals, each for one of her children. What surprised him even more was that after placing the order, she turned to the server and said, "He'll pay." He didn't lose his temper on the spot. Instead, he went along with it and said, "Why don't you order a bit more? That way you won't have to cook tomorrow." The woman was pleased. She kept adding items, ordering more expensive dishes with larger portions each time. While they were waiting for the food, the man stood up and said he was going to the restroom. He left the table. He left the restaurant, got in his car, and drove away. After the video went viral, some people said the man walking out was classless. Others argued that asking a stranger on a first date to pay for meals for 3 children crossed a line. If you were him, would you have stayed and paid the bill?
If your baby drank formula today, stop and listen. Across Texas, Florida, New York, and Nevada, pediatric emergency rooms are noticing the exact same frightening pattern. Infants suddenly arriving with vomiting, intense diarrhea, high fever, and unusual weakness. And every family says the same thing. Their baby had just finished a bottle of Enfamil or Similac from a recently purchased can. Parents only noticed the warning signs afterward. A stronger smell when opening the lid, formula that looked darker, chunks sticking to the scoop, foam that shouldn't be there. Now, investigators believe a temperature failure during transportation may have allowed bacteria to grow inside the sealed containers without any visible change until the formula touched your baby's stomach. And these cans were sold everywhere: Walmart, Target, Walgreens, CVS, Sam's Club, and Amazon, meaning thousands of homes may already have a risky product without knowing. Babies under 6 months are the most vulnerable because even a tiny amount of bacteria can overwhelm their immune system fast. If your baby seems extra sleepy, stops eating, cries in pain, has diarrhea or a sudden fever after feeding, do not wait to see if it gets better. Check the can right now. If it smells different, looks clumpy, or the texture changed even slightly, throw it out immediately. No parent should gamble with their newborn's safety. Comment your state below and share this alert before another baby gets sick.
Jane Tricca, best known for her role as Miss Man in Scary Movie, has died at the age of 62. Many people may not immediately recognize her name, but chances are you've seen her face. What has unsettled many, however, is not her career, but the circumstances surrounding her death. According to a friend, Jane had been unreachable for several days. Phone calls went unanswered. Messages received no reply. Concerned, the friend went to her home to check on her. Jane was found collapsed on the kitchen floor. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Her body was discovered on December 12th, yet her death was not publicly announced until several days later. As of now, no official cause of death has been released. The case is currently under investigation by local police and the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office. Jane's son later spoke out, saying his mother was unaware of any condition that could have led to her death. He added that she had never mentioned any serious or life-threatening health issues. That statement has only added to the uncertainty surrounding the case. No clear explanation, no confirmed cause, only an investigation still underway. Do you remember her? Share your thoughts in the comments.
A mother found her daughter 4 months after she went missing, only to discover that she was living in a car with her boyfriend and that their granddaughter was standing in the biting cold without a jacket, shivering violently. The mother broke down on the spot, her voice trembling. She repeatedly questioned the boyfriend, demanding to know why he had brought her daughter and granddaughter to live like this. The father was emotionally charged. He kept scanning the surroundings, suspecting they might have been followed the entire time. He even blurted out whether a tracking device had been planted on the car. The daughter stood beside the vehicle, her expression tense. She kept repeating one sentence, "I'm an adult." She said she had not been kidnapped. Suddenly, the mother noticed the granddaughter again, standing in the freezing wind without a coat, shaking from the cold. That single detail instantly ignited the scene. The mother pointed inside the car and shouted, demanding that they end this way of living immediately. The daughter refused. She stood by her boyfriend, her stance unusually firm, repeating again and again, "I'm an adult." After the video was posted online, it spread rapidly. If it were you, which side would you choose? You thought you were buying cotton socks. Turns out you were buying plastic. And this isn't a problem with one brand. This is what's happening right now on Walmart shelves. A man walked into Walmart just trying to buy a normal pair of cotton socks. He thought it would be simple. Grab a pair and go. But then he checked the label. 97% polyester. He didn't jump to conclusions. He picked up another pair. 80% polyester. 90% polyester, 95% polyester. Not one pair, not two pairs, row after row. He said when he was a kid, socks might have had a little synthetic fiber mixed in. Now it's completely reversed. Cotton is the minority. Plastic is the standard. Some people say it's for durability. Some say it's about cutting costs. Others argue that when you have to read every label just to avoid plastic, consumers were never really informed. So what do you think this is? An upgrade or a quiet downgrade?
I'm just your Uber driver. I'm just your Uber driver.
An Uber driver nearly lost his job after refusing to fight back against a suddenly out-of-control passenger. The driver said he saw an elderly woman standing on the street. She was alone and looked confused. His first thought was she probably just needed a ride, so he decided to help her. At first, everything was normal. She only seemed a little disoriented. Not long after the car started moving, she suddenly began repeating, "You're just my Uber driver." Seconds later, her emotions escalated. She lunged forward from the back seat. She reached for the driver's shoulders and arms. The driver couldn't get out of the car. He kept repeating one sentence, "I'm your Uber driver. I won't touch you." The video was later uploaded online. Public reaction quickly split. Some people praised the driver for staying calm. Others questioned why he didn't protect himself. The platform then stepped in. The driver was asked to cooperate with an investigation, not because he did anything wrong, but because the incident was labeled a safety risk, even without fighting back, even while remaining calm the entire time. The Minneapolis ICE shooting is evolving into something far more dangerous. The woman killed by an ICE agent, Renee Nicole Good, has now been confirmed to be a lesbian. At the time of the shooting, her wife was in the car watching everything happen. Shortly after the shooting, her wife, visibly distraught, told the media one thing: "I have to go to the school and pick up our 6-year-old child." Then the child's grandfather gave an interview saying he would fly to Minneapolis to take the child away, claiming that the child has no one left. But that is not true. The child's other mother is still alive, still at home, still a legal spouse, still the child's guardian. A family that was stable, legal, and married has now been thrown into uncertainty after one mother was killed by the government. The surviving mother's status as a parent has suddenly become fragile. So this is no longer just a shooting. Renee has already lost her life. And now her child may be on the verge of losing their entire family. Tell me your thoughts in the comment section.
Oh my God, bro.
Nobody is buying these Christmas cookies anymore. For the first time in decades, not a single tin sold. Supermarkets are full of untouched boxes just sitting there abandoned on the shelves. These were the cookies every family had, every holiday, every living room. Then people found out the so-called Danish cookies weren't actually made in Denmark. They were made in India. That discovery exploded online. People started questioning hygiene, factory conditions, and what they were really eating. The companies tried damage control, showing clean factories and strict processes, but it was too late. Sales collapsed. Factories are now close to shutting down. So here's the question. Would you still buy them? Or once trust is gone, is it gone for good? These were the cookies every family had, every holiday, every living room. Then people found out the so-called Danish cookies weren't actually made in Denmark. They were made in India. That discovery exploded online. People started questioning hygiene, factory conditions, and what they were really eating. The companies tried damage control, showing clean factories and strict processes, but it was too late. Sales collapsed.
Do you know what the fuck is that for? What is that for? What is that for? What is that for?
Protesters set up a memorial for Renee Good, and ICE crushed it on the spot. In Minneapolis, she was shot 3 times at close range by an ICE agent, all shots to the face. After the shooting, the case remains under investigation. No accountability has been determined. But the public reacted first. People returned to the exact location where she was killed. They brought flowers. They lit candles. They created a small, silent memorial to acknowledge a life that was lost. Then, ICE officers arrived. There was no conversation, no request to move, no warning. The candles were stomped out one by one. The flowers were pushed aside. The memorial was cleared immediately, as if it was never allowed to exist. The moment was caught on camera. Within hours, it spread across social media. Public outrage exploded. People are no longer asking only why she was shot. They are asking something deeper now. Why even the act of mourning a mother was treated as a threat. When authorities can take a life and then erase the public memory of it, the issue is no longer just a shooting.
He's just 17, but he's already a father. And who the mother is will shock you. She used to be his nanny. The live-in nanny, Marissa Mowry, was 22 years old. Chris McBride was just an 11-year-old kid, as you can see in this home video.
She said that she loved me. She said that she wanted to date, but she couldn't let anyone know.
Did Marissa make you lie about this?
Yeah, plenty of times. She said, you have to lie or else I'm gonna have to go away.
Chris remembers when his nanny told him she was having his baby.
I was a little bit freaked.
This photo shows him with his newborn son, Bentley. For 3 years, Chris kept the secret. Chris finally came clean to his mother, Nadine.
Mom, Bentley's really my kid. No. There's no way. When the results came back in, I went and threw up.
The nanny was charged with multiple counts of sexual battery in Florida and was sentenced to 20 years in prison.
The ICE agent who shot Renee Good has been identified. Here's everything we know about the agent, Jonathan Ross. He is an immigration and customs enforcement officer involved in law enforcement and deportation operations, and he is also an Iraq War veteran. He has lived in the Minneapolis suburbs since 2015. The 43-year-old man has served as an immigration officer since at least 2013. Previously, in June 2025, he was dragged by a car in another incident while attempting to make an arrest. At the same time that his identity was revealed, the Daily Mail published an interview with his father. His father publicly defended him. He said, "You would never find a nicer, kinder person." He said his son is a committed, conservative Christian, a tremendous father, and a great husband. He said, "I couldn't be more proud of him." Neighbors told the media that he is a firm supporter of the MAGA movement. Until recently, a Trump support flag was displayed at his home. It is notable that his identity was made public on the second day after the vice president defended ICE nationwide.
A customer got upset because an all-you-can-eat fish fry didn't live up to its name.
It's false advertising.
Bill Wisseth has a beef with the all-you-can-eat fish fry at Chuck's Place in Thiensville. He was there Friday when the restaurant cut him off after he ate a dozen pieces.
We asked for more fish, and they refused to give us any more fish.
The restaurant says it was running out of fish and patience, arguing Bill has been a problem customer before. They sent him on his way with another 8 pieces, but that still wasn't enough. He was so fired up, he called the police. Why did you think you needed to call the police about it?
Well, because I think that people have to stand up for consumers.
And he wasn't done. He came back 2 days later with a picket sign. Elizabeth Remming is a waitress there and says they've tried to work with Bill over the years, like letting him have a tab he still hasn't paid off.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, I've got a running account here.
Bill isn't backing down, saying his fish fry fight isn't over.
And identical twins decided to become doctors. Got into the same med school, the Medical University of South Carolina. They excelled right up to their second year final exam.
And left thinking everything had gone incredibly well. Excited to start our third year of medical school.
They were both accused of cheating.
Absurd, and thought it would be easily cleared up.
The cheating accusations came about when test proctors cheating was thought to be the only. Did you cheat?
Absolutely not. No.
The sisters said they were immediately treated like pariahs by their fellow students.
Years, we were disinvited from several weddings.
They said they had no choice but to leave the school. But the sisters fought back. They sued the school for defamation, and they put forward a very plausible explanation. First, they testified that they always test alike. Second, they always study together too.
Always been within a percentage point of each other.
Look, they scored exactly the same on the SATs. 6 years later, Kayla and Kelly have finally won their battle. A jury found in their favor and awarded the twins $1.5 million.
I'm really proud of you.
A man was arrested after driving a U-Haul truck into a crowd of anti-Iran government protesters and now faces serious charges. The incident happened outside the federal building in Westwood, Los Angeles. Hundreds of protesters were gathered at the site. The crowd was tightly packed with little room to move. Video from the scene shows people realizing the danger only in the final seconds. Some screamed, some turned and ran. Others were pushed toward roadside barriers. At least one man was reportedly knocked to the ground by the truck. Fortunately, no life-threatening injuries have been reported. Political messages were clearly written on the side of the truck. They directly criticized the Iranian regime and referenced the 1953 U.S.-backed coup in Iran. That history was a central focus of the protests taking place. After the truck stopped, some protesters attempted to pull the driver out of the vehicle. Police quickly intervened and escorted the driver away from the crowd. As of now, police have not released the driver's identity and have not officially stated whether the act will be classified as terrorism or a hate-related crime.
Devin has officially reopened his lawsuit against Tim, seeking $3.3 million in damages under the claim of alienation of affection, including both punitive and compensatory damages. In the court filing, Devin states clearly that this relationship was not a momentary lapse in judgment, but began as early as 2023. During that period, all four individuals were still appearing together in public. Devin says he was kept completely in the dark until around Martin Luther King Day in 2024, when he finally began to sense that something was wrong. He further alleges that in February 2024, Brene, while Devin was asleep, brought Tim into their home and into their marital residence. According to the lawsuit, the relationship not only destroyed his marriage, but also caused him to lose emotional and financial support, resulting in severe mental and emotional distress. One key point of dispute is also included in the filing. The other side has claimed that they had permission. Devin's response is only one sentence: "I never consented." The case is now officially back in motion. Who do you think will win this time? Tell me your thoughts in the comments.
Bitch, and kept calling her a bitch, and you didn't say nothing about it.
A father tried to discipline his daughter with insults, but a black mother shut him down on the spot. In the end, the one who looked like a child was him. The incident happened on a public street in Mexico. A Latino father lost control. He repeatedly yelled at his 9-year-old daughter. Profanity was thrown at the child over and over. The trigger was simple. The girl didn't follow his instruction. Maybe she walked too slowly. Maybe she talked back. The father snapped instantly. Several adults were nearby. They heard the words. They saw what was happening. No one stepped in until a black woman walked up. She was a mother. She cut him off immediately. She confronted him in public, asking why he thought it was acceptable to speak to his child that way. After several tense exchanges, the father's behavior shifted. His voice dropped. His anger collapsed. Eventually, he apologized in front of everyone, repeating that he would never do it again. The entire encounter was recorded. The video spread quickly online. Many people now say the one who needed to be taught a lesson that day was not the 9-year-old girl, but the father who lost control. An American teenager was taken by ICE agents right outside his own home, even after he calmly told them he could go inside and retrieve his ID to prove who he was. You heard that right. Not at the border, right in front of a residential house. In the video, the teen stays calm. He repeatedly explains that his identification is inside the home, just a few steps away. The agents refuse. They make it clear they are not going to verify his identity on the spot. Instead, they say, "We'll confirm it at headquarters." Moments later, the teenager is forced into an ICE vehicle. No warrant is shown, no specific charges are explained, no emergency or immediate threat is cited. And here's the most alarming part. He is a minor. As of now, ICE has not provided an official explanation for the video. But in Minneapolis, the incident has reignited public outrage over the limits of law enforcement power. If the government can detain someone first and figure out who they are later based only on suspicion, then this is no longer just about immigration enforcement.
City has a warning. The wool is being pulled over your eyes more than you think. We ordered lamb at 39 restaurants in Los Angeles and New York City. The samples were packed up and sent to a lab for DNA testing. 23% of the so-called lamb we ordered wasn't lamb at all. So what was it? It was goat, chicken, and beef, all much cheaper than lamb.
No lamb was in your lamb platter. Can you explain why?
Maybe you guys got a combo platter? Maybe it was a mistake?
You're not trying to pull a lamb scam.
No, we're not. We could have just messed up on your order.
Okay. And at this trendy spot in Manhattan, 100% lamb meatballs were on the menu. Tests showed beef was mixed in.
And we had them tested, and it ends up that it's lamb and beef, not just lamb.
There is no beef in it.
There was. We sent them to a lab.
You did? Well, I didn't know about that.
Is if you see lamb that looks like this, it's not always what you think.
The less recognizable it is to your eye, the more likely you are to be cheated.
Kinda makes you want to scream.
Another ICE shooting has occurred in Minneapolis. A Venezuelan immigrant man was shot in the leg while ICE agents attempted to arrest him. Officials say the man realized he was about to be detained and ran. He allegedly crashed his car, abandoned it, and fled into a nearby residential area where a physical struggle with an agent followed. During the altercation, 2 nearby residents reportedly intervened using objects like a snow shovel and a broom handle. After the shooting, multiple federal law enforcement vehicles quickly arrived at the scene, some described as military style. Nearby residents began gathering and a protest formed quickly. Some people surrounded the vehicles, some threw snowballs. Tensions escalated. Federal personnel then used chemical irritants to disperse the crowd. Minneapolis police later acknowledged they did not have full details right away and that federal agencies did not immediately share operational information with local officers. As of now, the agent involved remains on duty and the investigation is ongoing.
This woman is going to prison because she tried to cover all her meal expenses with just one strand of hair. The incident occurred at a Texas restaurant where, during her meal, the woman secretly plucked a hair from her head and placed it on her plate. She then summoned the owner to complain about contaminated food and demanded the bill be waived on the spot. Upon inspection, the owner stated there were no female employees in the kitchen that day, nor any staff with light-colored hair. Questioning the origin of the strand, confronted, she denied having long hair, claiming she had simply tied it up and became emotionally charged in an attempt to overwhelm doubts with intensity. The restaurant then retrieved surveillance footage. The video clearly captured the entire process. The woman bending down to pluck hair from her own head and placing it into the plate. After police intervention, it was confirmed as a deliberate act of fraud involving fabricated food contamination. The woman was taken away on the spot following the video's exposure. Netizens pointed out that this couple had attempted to get free meals using this method before, though it had gone undetected previously. This time, however, she must pay for her actions. What are your thoughts?
A man shoved his wife after missing his flight and assaulted airport staff, ultimately being charged and permanently banned from flying. The incident occurred inside an airport terminal. According to police, the man became visibly upset after failing to board his flight on time. While speaking with airport staff, the situation quickly escalated. Witnesses said the man first shoved his wife, who was standing beside him. He then redirected his anger toward airport employees. Video footage shows the man yelling loudly and attempting to physically confront staff. Airport security quickly intervened. The man was restrained at the scene. Police later arrived and launched an investigation. Ultimately, the man was formally charged with domestic violence and assault. After the incident went public, it sparked widespread debate. Some people believe missing a flight can never justify violence. Others point out that loss of emotional control is becoming an increasingly common issue in public spaces. What began as a missed flight ended as a criminal case. What do you think?
She looks like any busy mom running to the grocery store, but Danette Worthy is not shopping for her family. She's in charge of school lunches for 19,000 students in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Like lots of other school districts across the USA, they're having major issues here, getting enough supplies to feed the kids. So every day, the school's director of child nutrition jumps into her car and runs to the local grocery store.
I needed to get some soy milk. We also bought some 9-ounce cups. We got some tortilla chips and also some tortilla shells because those are things that we are having a hard time getting.
She also has to move supplies from one school to another, hauling heavy boxes of produce around. And it's not just lunch food in short supply. Millions of paper plates and plastic forks and knives are stuck on container ships. And there are also shortages of cafeteria staff.
Where was that milk?
Some kids at schools across the nation are taking to social media to complain about inedible food and sour milk. But in Tuscaloosa, there are no complaints.
Well, an amazing story in Laurel tonight. A driver who had his rims stolen off his car didn't just report it to police and move on.
That's right, because this guy decided to play detective himself, and he ended up finding the thief selling his stolen rims on Craigslist.
This Dodge Charger is James Ingram's pride and joy. When he saw what thieves had done to it in his own driveway, it hurt.
I was crushed. I was like, why would someone do that to my car? I worked so hard for it.
Ingram decided to do something about it. He went hunting for his stolen rims on Craigslist. There are a lot of ads for rims, but sure enough, he found his.
So I clicked, I was like, wow, this is these are my wheels. So I called the police.
So the police, posing as buyers, called the number on the Craigslist ad and set up a meeting. At the scheduled time and place, police say a man named LeVar Petty rolls in.
If you can sell them online, that could be the police that's contacting you.
I was surprised, but he slipped up, so that's what happens.
A senior pastor has been exposed as also serving as an ICE enforcement officer, and the church can no longer remain neutral. In Minnesota, a religious service that was proceeding normally was suddenly disrupted by protesters. The reason was that protesters discovered the church's senior pastor, David Easterwood, was not only preaching from the pulpit, but was also involved in immigration enforcement. This is not overlapping roles. It is a direct clash of values. After the video surfaced, public opinion quickly split. Supporters say it was a peaceful protest and a public challenge to law enforcement power entering a religious space. Opponents argue that regardless of political views, entering a church and interrupting a service crosses the line of law and order. The debate quickly moved beyond whether the protest itself was appropriate. Instead, it pointed to a sharper question. Can a religious leader freely move between the pulpit and the enforcement system? When an enforcement role is hidden behind a pastoral identity, are worshipers receiving spiritual guidance or the projection of power?
A mother in Ohio is now being sued simply because she prepared breakfast for her son's classmate. It began when Maria Duran noticed her son leaving home each morning with an extra plate of food. When she finally asked why, he told her, "Mom, there's a boy in my class who never eats breakfast. He comes to school hungry every day." Hearing this, Maria started preparing 2 breakfasts every morning, one for her son and one for the quiet boy who often sat alone. The child accepted the meals gratefully, and for weeks, nothing seemed wrong. Until the day his parents found out. Instead of thanking Maria, they filed a complaint against her, accusing her of feeding their child without consent, and even claiming she might have been trying to harm their son with food they didn't approve of. The school confirmed the boy never had a reaction, never reported discomfort, and willingly ate the breakfast every single day. Maria was stunned. "We were homeless once. My son knows what hunger feels like. I never wanted another child to feel that."
A woman has been arrested after spraying pepper spray on an independent journalist aboard a bus. The incident occurred on a bus in Philadelphia. She believed the journalist's reporting stance conflicted with her political beliefs. During the confrontation, the woman struck Scales in the head. Then she took out pepper spray and sprayed it directly in the journalist's face. The journalist's companion continued to record and document the entire incident. The woman also attempted to grab the journalist's equipment to stop the filming. Afterward, the woman's identity was exposed on social media. She was confirmed to be Paulina Reyes, an intern at WHYY News. Reyes' radical anti-fascist stance has sparked public attention. She has openly stated several times that she opposes fascism and racism, and she viewed the journalist as the enemy. Some online users speculate that her emotional state may be closely related to recent socio-political events. However, the focus of the discussion has shifted to whether her actions were influenced by her mental state. As the story developed, WHYY News issued a statement. The organization confirmed that it had ended its working relationship with Paulina Reyes. A nurse was suspended and taken into custody after posting a video in which she wished severe harm on White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt during childbirth. In the video, the woman appears visibly agitated, making extreme and aggressive remarks toward a White House official who is about to give birth. The woman involved was later identified. Her name is Shonda Petrie Zaruk, a registered nurse from the state of Ohio. In addition, she had previously served as a vice president at the home health care company Home First Choice. After the video surfaced, public reaction shifted rapidly. The controversy raised a broader question. Can a medical professional openly wish harm related to pregnancy and childbirth? As pressure mounted, Home First Choice issued an official statement confirming that Shonda Petrie Zaruk is no longer employed by the company. The incident continues to unfold. The discussion has moved beyond personal speech, escalating into concerns over medical ethics, professional responsibility, and public trust. Does holding a professional license still imply a higher moral standard?